The horse screams, not because it is alive, because thousands of men are dying beneath it. The ground shakes as iron crashes into iron. Dust rises so thick that the afternoon sun disappears. You cannot tell where the battlefield ends and the sky begins. Somewhere inside that storm of steel, a king is riding directly toward the strongest army on earth. Not away from it, toward it. His closest generals cannot understand what they are seeing. Neither can his enemies. Ahead of him waits an empire that stretches from Egypt to India. Hundreds of thousands of soldiers, thousands of cavalry, scythed chariots, war elephants waiting beyond the horizon. The richest king who has ever lived. Every sensible commander would attack the enemy's center. Every experienced general would protect his own life. But this king suddenly turns. He gallops away from the main battle, straight toward the strongest cavalry in the Persian army. His own officers panic. Has he made a mistake? Has the greatest campaign in history just ended? For a few terrifying seconds, everything hangs in the balance. Then, one small opening appears, barely wide enough for a single rider. The king lowers his spear. His companion cavalry follows without hesitation. Thousands of horses explode forward. The earth itself seems to tremble. Within minutes, the most powerful empire on earth begins to collapse. Not because it lost more soldiers, not because its walls were breached, not because its king was killed. It collapsed because one man saw something that nobody else could and rode toward it. That king was only 25 years old. His name was Alexander, but becoming Alexander the Great would cost him almost everything. Alexander the Great, the boy who tried to conquer the world. Imagine opening your eyes in a world where greatness is measured by one thing: victory. Not kindness, not wisdom, not wealth. Victory. The world Alexander entered was brutal. Cities did not compete with words. They competed with armies. Kings were expected to lead from the front. Failure rarely meant losing an election. It usually meant losing your head. Across the eastern horizon stretched the greatest empire humanity had ever seen, the Persian Empire. It ruled from the Mediterranean Sea to the mountains of modern Afghanistan. Millions of people lived beneath one king. Gold flowed into its palaces from every direction. Its roads crossed deserts. Its fleets ruled the seas. Its armies seemed endless. To the Greeks, Persia was almost mythical. It had invaded Greece twice, burned Athens, destroyed temples, forced entire cities to kneel. The stories never faded. Children grew up hearing them. Old men still remembered them. Even generations later, Persia remained the giant no one believed could ever truly fall. Meanwhile, far to the west lay Greece. But Greece was not one country. It was hundreds. Athens, Sparta, Corinth, Thebes, Argos, each proud, each stubborn, each convinced it deserved to rule the others. Instead of standing together, they fought each other, again and again and again. Imagine your neighborhood arguing for so long that everyone forgets a hurricane is coming. That was Greece. Years of war had exhausted nearly everyone. Fields lay abandoned. Young men disappeared into endless campaigns. Entire generations grew up knowing little except conflict. Many believed Greece had already reached its greatest days, that nothing truly remarkable would ever happen again. They were wrong, far beyond the famous cities. north of Mount Olympus, stood a kingdom many Greeks mocked, Macedon. To sophisticated Athenians, the Macedonians were little more than rough mountain people. Their accents sounded strange. Their customs seemed uncivilized. Their kings hunted bears instead of debating philosophy. Many southern Greeks barely considered them Greek at all. Yet hidden inside those mountains, something extraordinary was happening. A king named Philip was quietly transforming his kingdom, not with speeches, with discipline. He trained farmers into professionals. He armed ordinary men with enormous spears called sarissas, longer than anything seen before. He rebuilt cavalry, reformed logistics, created engineers, forged an army unlike any Greece had ever witnessed. Most people noticed too late. By the time the Greek cities understood what Philip had built, it was already unstoppable. One after another, they submitted, some willingly, some reluctantly, some only after watching entire armies disappear. For the first time in centuries, almost all Greece answered to one man. Philip had done what legends could not. He had united Greece, but Philip believed this was only the beginning. Across the sea waited Persia, the ancient enemy, the richest kingdom on earth. Philip dreamed of revenge. He dreamed of glory. He dreamed of leading every Greek eastward, not to fight each other, but together. History seemed ready. The greatest army Greece had ever produced was finally assembled. Only one question remained: who would inherit it? Because inside Philip's palace, another battle had already begun, not with swords, with expectations. A young prince watched everything. He listened, he learned, he questioned everyone. He admired heroes long dead. He slept with stories of Achilles beneath his pillow. He believed destiny belonged to those brave enough to seize it. But there was one problem.
No one knew whether that prince would ever become king. And even if he did, no one imagined he would change the world forever. His name was Alexander. But before he conquered Persia, before Egypt crowned him pharaoh, before cities carried his name across 3 continents, before people called him great, he was simply a boy trying to prove himself to a father who seemed impossible to impress. And that may have been the first battle Alexander ever fought. The next chapter begins not on a battlefield, but inside a royal palace, where love, ambition, jealousy, and destiny were already colliding long before a single empire fell. The first kingdom Alexander had to conquer was his father's approval. Long before the world feared Alexander, there was another name that echoed across Greece: Philip, King Philip II of Macedon. To later generations, Alexander would become the legend. But to the people living in the 4th century BC, Philip was already changing history. He had inherited a kingdom that many believed would soon disappear. When Philip was born around 382 BC, Macedon was surrounded by enemies. Illyrian tribes raided its borders, Thracian kingdoms attacked from the east, Greek city-states looked down on the Macedonians as crude northerners. Even inside the kingdom, powerful noble families constantly fought for influence. Kings rarely died peacefully. Assassination was almost expected. One mistake, one weak harvest, one lost battle could destroy an entire dynasty. Philip learned this lesson young. As a teenager, he was sent south to the Greek city of Thebes. Officially, he was a hostage. Not a prisoner locked in chains, but a royal guarantee that Macedon would behave itself. For 3 years, Philip lived among the very people who considered themselves superior. Instead of wasting those years, he watched, he studied every military drill, every political argument,
every battlefield innovation, especially one. The Theban army fought differently. Their formations moved with remarkable discipline. Their famous sacred band, 150 pairs of elite warriors, had shattered Spartan dominance. Philip realized something important. Wars were no longer won simply by bravery. They were won by organization, preparation, discipline. Years later, when Philip finally became king, those lessons returned. He rebuilt everything. The Macedonian army became a machine. Infantry trained year-round instead of only during emergencies. Long sarissas transformed ordinary farmers into an unstoppable wall of spear points. Engineers learned to build siege machines capable of breaking cities once thought impossible to capture. Supply lines improved. Roads expanded. Cavalry became faster than anything Greece had seen. Philip never stopped adapting. If another kingdom developed a better tactic, he copied it, then improved it. Victory mattered more than pride. That mindset would become one of the greatest gifts he ever passed to his son. But Philip's greatest challenge was never outside his borders. It was inside his own palace. Around 357 BC, Philip married a young princess from Epirus. Her name was Olympias. Even by ancient standards, she was extraordinary. She was intelligent, deeply religious, fiercely ambitious, passionate, unpredictable. Ancient writers described her as mysterious, intense, and utterly fearless. Stories later claim she participated in secret religious ceremonies honoring Dionysus. Some said snakes moved freely through her chambers during sacred rituals. Whether those stories were exaggerated or spread by political enemies, we cannot know for certain. Ancient history often mixes fact with rumor. But one thing is beyond dispute. Olympias possessed enormous influence. She refused to be ignored, and she intended her future children to inherit greatness, not merely comfort. Then, in the summer of 356 BC, everything changed. Alexander was born. Ancient writers loved surrounding his birth with omens. One legend claimed that on the very night Alexander entered the world, the magnificent temple of Artemis at Ephesus, one of the 7 wonders of the ancient world, burned to the ground. Later storytellers claimed the goddess Artemis had been too busy attending Alexander's birth to protect her temple. It is almost certainly a legend, but legends often reveal something deeper. People soon believed Alexander's arrival marked the beginning of something extraordinary. Even Philip reportedly received astonishing news on the same day. One messenger announced that one of his horses had won at the Olympic Games. Another brought word of a military victory. Then came the announcement that his son had been born. Philip is said to have smiled. The gods, he believed, had blessed his family. Whether those stories happened exactly that way is impossible to prove, but they reveal how ancient people viewed Alexander's birth, not as ordinary, as destiny. Imagine growing up inside the Macedonian royal court. Every hallway whispered with political intrigue. Every banquet hid rivalries beneath polite smiles. Generals competed for influence. Nobles watched every royal child. Marriage alliances shifted constantly. One disagreement could become a conspiracy overnight. Alexander learned early that kings rarely feared foreign enemies as much as people sitting beside them at dinner. Children notice more than adults realize. Alexander noticed everything. He watched ambassadors flatter his father. He watched generals celebrate victories. He watched nobles pretend loyalty while quietly pursuing their own ambitions. Without realizing it, he was already learning how power truly worked. Not from books, from life. Philip loved success. He admired courage. He rewarded talent wherever he found it. But affection was another matter. He was often absent. Campaign after campaign pulled him away. Even when home, his attention belonged to politics, military reforms, diplomacy, new wars. Alexander wanted something almost every child wants, to make his father proud. Yet earning Philip's approval was never simple. Philip expected excellence, not excuses. Every achievement simply became the standard for the next challenge, perhaps without intending to. Philip was shaping someone who would spend the rest of his life believing there was always another mountain to climb. Olympias offered something different. Where Philip represented discipline, Olympias represented destiny. She filled Alexander's childhood with stories, not ordinary stories, epic stories. Achilles, Heracles, Perseus. These were not simply entertainment. To Greeks, myths carried truth, not necessarily factual truth, but moral truth. They explained courage, honor, sacrifice, human weakness, the dangers of pride. Alexander absorbed them completely. One hero fascinated him above all others: Achilles, the greatest warrior of the Trojan War. Achilles possessed unmatched courage, but he also faced an impossible choice. According to legend, he could live a long, peaceful life and eventually be forgotten, or he could die young but achieve everlasting glory. Achilles chose glory. His name survived thousands of years. Alexander heard that story countless times. No one knows exactly when it stopped being a myth and became a goal. Imagine being 10 years old and believing that history is waiting for you. Not hoping, believing. That kind of conviction can inspire extraordinary achievements. It can also become dangerous, because once someone believes destiny has chosen them, ordinary success rarely feels enough. Alexander did not dream of becoming merely a good king. He dreamed of becoming unforgettable. Yet despite all these stories, Alexander remained very much a child. He hunted, he raced horses, he practiced with weapons, he wrestled with other boys, he laughed, he argued, he made mistakes. Ancient writers consistently describe him as intensely competitive. Losing upset him, winning delighted him. But what truly separated him was curiosity. He constantly asked questions. Why did armies move this way? Why were some kings remembered while others disappeared? Why had Persia conquered so much? Could anyone conquer even more? Adults sometimes dismissed such questions. Philip rarely did, because beneath those questions, he recognized something unusual. Alexander wasn't simply interested in battles. He wanted to understand why history unfolded the way it did. That curiosity would eventually carry him farther than any army had ever marched. But before he could command soldiers, before he could challenge Persia, before philosophers praised him and enemies feared him, the young prince would encounter a horse that no one else could control. Most people remember the story because of the horse. They should remember it because it revealed something far more important. For the first time, Alexander would show the entire Macedonian court that he did not see the world the way everyone else did. And his father would never look at his son quite the same way again. Most people saw a wild animal. Alexander saw fear. The courtyard was already crowded. Generals stood in polished bronze armor. Noblemen gathered beneath the Macedonian sun. Stable hands struggled to hold thick leather reins. The horse refused to stand still. It reared onto its back legs. Its hooves crashed against the packed earth. Servants jumped aside. Several men cursed. Others laughed. The animal was enormous, coal black. Its muscles rippled beneath its shining coat. Its nostrils flared as it snorted violently, throwing foam onto the ground. No rider could stay on its back. No handler could calm it. Again and again the horse lashed out, terrifying everyone nearby. Its owner, a horse trader from Thessaly named Philonicus, had traveled a long distance to sell it to King Philip. The price was astonishing, 13 talents. Enough money to pay hundreds of soldiers for months, enough to purchase entire estates, enough that Philip expected perfection. Instead, he was watching chaos. One experienced rider climbed onto the animal. He lasted only seconds. The horse twisted violently. The riders slammed into the dirt. Another tried, then another. Each ended the same way. Thrown, bruised, humiliated. Eventually, Philip lost patience. This horse is useless. He turned away. Take it away. Most people would have agreed. The horse was dangerous, impossible, worthless. Everyone saw the same thing. Everyone, except one boy. Alexander had been watching quietly. He had not been studying the riders. He had been studying the horse. There is a difference. While everyone else focused on controlling the animal, Alexander focused on understanding it. Something felt wrong. The horse was not attacking at random. Every time it turned, every time it panicked, it glanced toward the ground. Again and again. Alexander looked more carefully. The afternoon sun stood low in the sky. Behind the horse, its enormous shadow stretched across the earth. Every movement made the shadow leap aside it like another creature. The horse wasn't fighting the riders. It was terrified of its own shadow. No one else had noticed. Not the traders, not the stable masters, not the generals, not even Philip. Alexander stepped forward. The adults laughed. Some shook their heads. Others smiled at the confidence of youth. One ancient writer says Alexander even challenged the older men. "If I fail," he reportedly declared, "I'll pay the full price of the horse myself." Whether those were his exact words, we cannot know. Ancient historians often polish dramatic moments, but they all agree on one point. Alexander believed he could do what no one else could. Philip watched carefully. perhaps amused, perhaps curious, perhaps expecting his son to learn an embarrassing lesson. Alexander approached slowly. No shouting, no whip, no force. He spoke softly, placed one hand upon the horse's neck, waited. The animal trembled. Its breathing remained heavy. Alexander gently turned it. Now the horse faced directly toward the sun. Its shadow disappeared behind it. Instantly, the animal began to calm. The courtyard fell silent. Alexander continued speaking quietly, running his hand across its mane, waiting, never rushing. Only when the horse finally relaxed did Alexander mount. For one heartbeat, nothing happened. Then the horse exploded forward. Gasps echoed around the courtyard. Dust erupted beneath flying hooves. Horse and rider disappeared across the fields. Some feared the prince had made a terrible mistake. Had the horse finally thrown him? Had he been trampled? Minutes passed. Then, far across the plain, they appeared again, not fighting each other, moving together. Alexander guided the great horse in wide circles before galloping back toward the palace. This time, the horse obeyed every command. The impossible animal had become his companion. The courtyard erupted. Generals applauded. Servants cheered. Even hardened veterans smiled. Philip himself reportedly embraced his son. Then he spoke words that would echo across history. "My son, seek a kingdom equal to yourself. Macedon is too small for you." Whether every word survives exactly as spoken is impossible to prove, but multiple ancient sources preserve the same idea. Philip had seen something extraordinary, not merely courage, insight. Alexander had succeeded because he noticed what everyone else ignored. Years later, on battlefields stretching thousands of miles across Asia, he would do exactly the same thing. Others saw armies. Alexander saw opportunities. Others saw impossible situations. Alexander searched for the one weakness nobody else noticed. The horse was simply the beginning. Alexander named the horse Bucephalus. The name probably meant ox head, perhaps because of the broad shape of its forehead, or a distinctive marking. From that day forward, they became inseparable. Together they would cross deserts, climb mountain passes, charge into some of history's greatest battles. They would ride farther than perhaps any horse and rider before them. But at this moment, Bucephalus was simply a reminder. Strength alone had failed. Understanding had succeeded. Alexander never forgot that lesson. As Alexander entered his teenage years, his education became even more serious. Kings needed more than swords. They needed judgment, diplomacy, memory, discipline, history. Philip intended his son to master them all, so he made a remarkable decision. He searched across Greece for the greatest teacher alive, not the greatest soldier, not the richest politician, the greatest mind. He found him in a philosopher already famous throughout the Greek world, a man whose own teacher had been Plato, a man who spent his life asking questions about everything: nature, ethics, government, poetry, medicine, logic, the stars. His name was Aristotle. Even today, more than 2,000 years later, his ideas still shape universities around the world. Philip invited Aristotle to educate the future king of Macedon. The philosopher accepted. Classes did not take place inside noisy palaces. Instead, they gathered in the peaceful sanctuary at Mieza. There, among shaded walkways and quiet gardens, the boy who would one day conquer Asia sat beneath the trees listening to philosophy. Imagine the contrast. One morning, Alexander practiced throwing spears. The next, he debated justice. One afternoon, he trained with cavalry. The next, he discussed Homer. Philip wanted a warrior. Aristotle helped create something much more dangerous, a warrior who could think. Aristotle's lessons stretched far beyond books. He encouraged Alexander to ask why. Why do governments rise? Why do kingdoms collapse? What makes a ruler loved? What destroys even the greatest empires? History was no longer simply a collection of stories. It became a laboratory. Every king became a lesson. Every victory carried a warning. Every failure revealed a pattern. Alexander absorbed everything. He developed a lifelong fascination with geography, unknown lands, foreign peoples, exotic animals, plants, languages. He wanted to know what lay beyond every horizon. This curiosity would later astonish his companions. Many kings conquered simply to gain wealth. Alexander often stopped entire armies just to examine unusual rivers, rare trees, or strange animals. He questioned local priests, foreign scholars, captured nobles, travelers, anyone who knew something he did not. To him, learning itself became another form of conquest. Above all, one book stayed closest to him, Homer's Iliad, not merely a poem, a guide. According to several ancient sources, Aristotle even prepared a special annotated copy for his royal student. Alexander treasured it. Some later writers claimed he slept with it beneath his pillow, alongside his dagger. Whether literally true or not, the image captures something essential. Two objects defined his youth, a weapon and a story. One taught him how to fight, the other taught him why. He admired Achilles above every other hero, not because Achilles was invincible, he wasn't. Not because Achilles lived a long life, he didn't. Alexander admired him because Achilles chose immortal glory over comfortable obscurity. It was a dangerous lesson, one that would shape every major decision Alexander made for the rest of his life. Because once someone believes greatness matters more than safety, there are very few limits left. But Alexander's greatest teacher was not Aristotle, nor Philip, nor Homer. It was competition. He constantly measured himself against everyone around him, friends, teachers, generals, even his own father. And soon, that rivalry would become impossible to ignore, because while Alexander was becoming a man, Philip was becoming something even greater. He was becoming the most powerful king Greece had ever known. And the higher Philip climbed, the harder it became for his son to step out of his shadow. The next victory Philip won would make Alexander wonder something that sounded almost impossible. If my father conquers the entire world, what will be left for me? Alexander's first rival was never Persia. It was the man he admired most. By the time Alexander reached his mid-teens, Macedon no longer resembled the kingdom his father had inherited. It had become the strongest military power in Greece. Every campaign Philip fought seemed to end the same way. Victory. Another city submitted. Another border expanded. Another alliance was forged. Another rival disappeared. To ordinary Macedonians, their king seemed unstoppable. To neighboring kingdoms, he was becoming terrifying. To Alexander, he was becoming something else, impossible to surpass. Imagine being 16 years old. Your father is already considered one of the greatest generals alive. Every victory he wins becomes another mountain you must somehow climb. Every triumph raises the standard even higher. Every celebration reminds you that you are still only the king's son. Alexander admired Philip deeply. He learned from him every day. Yet admiration slowly became something more complicated. Competition, not because Alexander hated his father, because he desperately wanted to prove himself worthy of standing beside him. Ancient writers preserved a remarkable story from this period. Whenever news arrived that Philip had won another battle, Alexander reportedly complained to his friends, "My father will leave me nothing great to accomplish." At first glance, the words sound arrogant, but look closer. This was not the complaint of a spoiled prince. It was the anxiety of someone who believed his entire purpose in life was to achieve greatness. If Philip conquered everything, what remained? Alexander did not fear failure. He feared becoming ordinary. Philip noticed. Kings notice everything. He understood his son possessed unusual intelligence, exceptional courage, boundless ambition. But Philip also recognized something dangerous. Alexander's confidence burned so brightly it could one day consume him. There is a fine line between confidence and believing the rules no longer apply. Philip hoped experience would teach humility. History would teach something else. Then, opportunity arrived. In 340 BC, Philip marched north to suppress a rebellion near the Black Sea. For the first time, he entrusted the government of Macedon to someone else, Alexander. He was only 16. Think about that. Most teenagers today worry about exams, sports, or what their friends think. Alexander suddenly found himself responsible for an entire kingdom. Every decision mattered. Taxes, justice, defense, diplomacy. One mistake could invite invasion. One moment of weakness could encourage rebellion. Philip had not chosen his son because of sentiment. He had chosen him because he believed Alexander was ready. Now, everyone would discover if he was right. The test came quickly. A Thracian tribe called the Maedi saw Philip's absence as an opportunity. They revolted. Perhaps they assumed the young prince would hesitate. Perhaps they believed experience mattered more than confidence. Perhaps they simply underestimated him. Alexander did not wait behind palace walls. He gathered an army, marched north, met the rebels in battle, and defeated them, not merely driving them away, crushing the uprising before it could spread. Then he did something revealing. Instead of simply restoring order, he founded a new settlement on the site. He named it Alexandropolis. It would not be the last city to carry his name. Not even close. Already, the teenage prince was thinking beyond victory. Victory ended battles. Cities created history. Philip returned home to find more than a loyal son. He found proof Alexander could command, lead, decide, win. The prince had passed his first real test, yet greater challenges waited, because Greece itself was beginning to rebel. Although Philip had united much of Greece, many city-states obeyed reluctantly, especially Athens. The Athenians admired freedom above almost everything else. They respected Philip's strength, but they did not enjoy answering to him. Among those urging resistance stood one of history's greatest orators, Demosthenes. He warned Athens again and again. Philip was dangerous. His ambitions knew no limits. Every speech urged the Greeks to unite before it was too late. Some listened, others hoped diplomacy might still preserve peace. Philip watched patiently. Then, when diplomacy failed, he marched south. In 338 BC, two armies approached one another near a small Boeotian town called Chaeronea. Few people realized they were about to witness one of the most important battles in European history. On one side stood Philip, veterans hardened by years of campaigning, professional soldiers, disciplined cavalry, the finest army Greece had ever seen. Beside him, now 18 years old, rode Alexander. On the other side, an alliance determined to stop Macedonian expansion forever. Athens, Thebes, their allies. Among them stood the legendary Sacred Band of Thebes, 300 elite warriors. For decades, they had been considered nearly unbeatable. Many believed no force in Greece could defeat them. By sunset, that belief would be gone forever. Imagine standing on that battlefield. Rows upon rows of bronze helmets stretch across the plain. Long spears glimmer beneath the morning light. The smell of leather, sweat, dust. Thousands of shields striking together. The low murmur of men who know many will not survive the day. No one speaks loudly. There is nothing left to say. Across the field, Alexander adjusts his helmet. He is no longer practicing with wooden weapons, no longer studying Homer beneath shady trees. Today, the enemy intends to kill him, and he intends to stop them. Philip arranged his army with deliberate precision. He commanded the right wing himself. Alexander received command of part of the left, supported by experienced generals, including Parmenion. It was an extraordinary responsibility. Some ancient historians suggest Alexander played a decisive role in what followed. Others are more cautious. Ancient sources disagree on many details, but all agree on one fact. Alexander fought with remarkable courage. The battle opened with a clash unlike anything he had experienced. The Macedonian phalanx advanced. Thousands of sarissas lowered together. The Greek coalition held firm. Neither side yielded. For hours, the struggle raged. Then Philip began an unexpected maneuver. Slowly, his troops withdrew. The Athenians believed victory was near. They surged forward. Excitement spread through their ranks. The Macedonians were retreating, or so it appeared. But Philip had no intention of fleeing. His withdrawal was deliberate. Every step drew the Athenians farther out of formation. Every step widened tiny gaps. Tiny gaps become dangerous gaps. Dangerous gaps become disasters. At exactly the right moment, Philip stopped, turned, counterattacked. Meanwhile, another opportunity opened elsewhere. Alexander saw it, a weakness, barely visible. The line connecting the Athenians and the Thebans had begun to stretch. It was vulnerable. Alexander did not hesitate. He led the companion cavalry directly toward the opening. The charge was devastating. Horsemen thundered across the battlefield, lances lowered, armor crashing together. The gap broke. Once it opened, the Macedonian infantry poured through. The Greek line began collapsing. Then came the hardest fight of all. The sacred band refused to retreat. Surrounded, outnumbered, they fought to the very end. Almost every one of the 300 warriors died where he stood. Even Philip reportedly honored their courage afterward. He understood greatness, even in an enemy. When the sun finally set, Greece had changed forever. The old independent order, the age of endless rivalry between city-states, was effectively over. Philip had become master of Greece. No foreign power had accomplished what he had just achieved. Athens surrendered. Thebes submitted. One by one, the cities accepted Macedonian leadership. Philip could finally pursue the dream that had consumed him for years. Persia, the ancient enemy, the greatest empire on earth. Preparations began immediately. Ships, supplies, maps, scouts, diplomats, engineers. The largest expedition any Greek king had ever attempted. Everything was finally ready. History itself seemed to be holding its breath. Father and son, the greatest general of one generation and the greatest prodigy of the next, would soon march east together, or so everyone believed. No one knew that before a single Macedonian soldier crossed into Asia, the royal family would begin tearing itself apart, because the greatest threat to Alexander's future would not come from Persia. It would come from inside his own home, and the next banquet held in the Macedonian palace would leave wounds no battlefield ever could. Alexander had defeated seasoned soldiers. Now he faced an enemy no sword could defeat, his own family. History often remembers kingdoms for their battles, but kingdoms rarely fall apart on battlefields. More often, they begin to crack around dinner tables, behind closed doors, inside palaces, within families. The Macedonian court was no different. From the outside, Philip's kingdom appeared stronger than ever. He had united Greece. His armies were unmatched. The invasion of Persia was only months away. Every city in Greece was watching. Every ambassador wanted his friendship. Every enemy feared his next move. Yet inside the royal palace, the atmosphere had changed. The celebrations were louder, the feasts more extravagant, the drinking heavier, and beneath every toast, politics quietly sharpened its knife. Philip had many wives. That was not unusual for a Macedonian king. Royal marriages were rarely about love. They were about alliances. Each marriage strengthened a border, secured the loyalty of a noble family, or brought another kingdom into Philip's sphere of influence. But every new wife created another dangerous question: which son would inherit the throne? Unlike many modern monarchies, Macedon had no absolute law stating that the eldest son automatically became king. The army chose, the nobles approved, Power belonged to whoever could convince enough influential people to support them. That meant every prince, every mother, every noble family had something to gain, or everything to lose. For years, Alexander's position seemed secure. He was Philip's eldest surviving son. He had already proven himself at Chaeronea. The army admired him. Many generals respected him. Olympias never doubted that one day her son would wear the royal crown. Then, Philip made a decision that shook the entire kingdom. He married again. Her name was Cleopatra, not the famous Egyptian queen who would live centuries later. This Cleopatra was a young Macedonian noblewoman, beautiful, well-connected, entirely Macedonian by birth. That last detail mattered enormously. Alexander's mother, Olympias, came from Epirus. Some Macedonian nobles had never fully accepted her. Now, for the first time, Philip had married a woman whose child could be presented as completely Macedonian. Almost immediately, people began whispering, if Cleopatra gave birth to a son, would Philip choose that child instead? Would Alexander lose everything? No one knew, and uncertainty is often more dangerous than truth. Olympias certainly noticed. She had spent nearly 20 years helping protect Alexander's claim. Now another woman stood where she once had, another queen, another possible mother of the future king. Ancient writers describe Olympias as furious. Whether every story about her is true remains uncertain. Many were written generations later by authors fascinated by powerful women. But one fact is undeniable. Relations between Philip and Olympias collapsed. The marriage that had once united two royal houses became poisoned by distrust. Alexander found himself caught between them. A son who loved both parents, a prince who could trust neither situation. Then came the wedding feast, the banquet that changed everything. Imagine the great hall, long wooden tables, bronze cups overflowing with wine, the smell of roasted meat, music echoing beneath high timber roofs, generals laughing, foreign ambassadors watching carefully, nobles celebrating the king's newest marriage. Alcohol flowed freely. Macedonian feasts were famous for drinking contests. The more powerful the guest, the more wine he was expected to consume. As the evening continued, conversation grew louder. Restraint faded. Then, one man stood. His name was Attalus. He was Cleopatra's uncle, an experienced general, an influential noble, and now one of the king's closest relatives. Raising his cup, Attalus offered a toast. According to the ancient historian Plutarch, he prayed that Philip and his new bride would produce a legitimate heir. The room fell silent. Those words were more than a blessing. They were an insult, a devastating one. If Philip still needed a legitimate heir, what did that imply about Alexander? About Olympias? About the prince who had fought beside Philip at Chaeronea? Alexander understood immediately. This was no careless remark. It questioned his very right to exist as heir. Alexander rose. His face burned with anger. Without hesitation, he hurled his drinking cup directly at Attalus. The bronze vessel crashed across the room. Wine splashed across the banquet floor. Voices erupted. Attalus shouted back. Men reached for weapons. The celebration dissolved into chaos. Philip sprang to his feet. Whether driven by rage, alcohol, or both, he drew his sword. Then, he charged toward his own son. Imagine that moment, the greatest general in Greece, advancing with drawn sword, not against an enemy, but against the prince who had fought beside him. The room froze. No one dared move. Philip took several furious steps. Then, he stumbled. The king who had conquered Greece collapsed onto the floor, too drunk to reach Alexander. For one terrible heartbeat, no one spoke. Then Alexander looked down at his fallen father. Ancient writers preserve the words he reportedly spoke. "There," he said, "is the man preparing to cross from Europe into Asia, and he cannot even cross from one couch to another." It was brutal, humiliating. The room never forgot it. Neither did Philip. Whatever chance remained for reconciliation vanished. Alexander left the banquet. Soon afterward, he and Olympias departed Macedon. Olympias returned to Epirus. Alexander traveled north into Illyria. The prince who had helped win Chaironeia was suddenly living outside his father's kingdom. Imagine how astonishing that seemed. Months earlier, father and son had planned the conquest of Persia. Now, they barely spoke. The greatest military partnership in Greece had fractured. Philip eventually regretted the situation. He needed Alexander, not simply because he loved him, because he recognized his talent. Ancient sources suggest friends of both men quietly worked to repair the relationship. One by one, old resentments softened. Alexander returned to Macedon. Father and son reconciled, at least outwardly. But something fundamental had changed. Trust, once broken, rarely returns unchanged. Alexander would never again be certain of his place. Philip would never again be certain of his son's complete loyalty. Both men continued preparing for the invasion of Persia. Both remained brilliant. Both understood that history awaited them. Neither realized they would never fight that campaign together. In the spring of 336 BC, Philip attended the wedding of his daughter Cleopatra, Alexander's sister, to King Alexander of Epirus. The city of Aegae overflowed with visitors. Envoys arrived from across Greece. Celebrations filled the streets. The atmosphere was triumphant. Philip had achieved everything he had dreamed of. Greece was united. Persia lay before him. The future seemed limitless. Then, as the king walked through the theater, without his bodyguards, a single man stepped forward. His name was Pausanias, one of Philip's own royal bodyguards. He drew a dagger and stabbed the king. Philip collapsed almost instantly. Panic swept through the crowd. Some believed it was the beginning of a coup. Others fled. The assassin tried to escape. He never made it far. Philip's companions chased him down and killed him before he could be questioned. Just moments earlier, Macedon had possessed the greatest king in Greece. Now, he lay dead. 30 years of victories, ended by one blade. Why did Pausanias kill Philip? That question has echoed for more than 2,000 years. Ancient historians offer different answers. Some point to a deeply personal grievance involving honor and revenge. Others suspected a wider conspiracy. Rumors spread quickly. Did Olympias know? Did Alexander? Did foreign enemies? Did Persian agents? No surviving evidence proves any of these accusations. Modern historians remain cautious. The truth is, we do not know. History sometimes refuses to answer its greatest mysteries, and this is one of them. But while people argued over who killed Philip, Alexander faced a far more immediate question. Who would rule Macedon? Because kingdoms do not pause to grieve. Power never waits. And somewhere inside the palace, ambitious men were already deciding whether a 20-year-old prince was strong enough to inherit the greatest army in the world. The moment Philip died, Alexander inherited everything, including every enemy his father had ever made. The news spread faster than any messenger could ride. Philip was dead. The king who had transformed Macedon from a forgotten northern kingdom into the master of Greece was gone. One dagger had done what no army could. Across the palace, voices rose in confusion. Some shouted orders, others whispered names. Generals hurried through crowded corridors. Servants ran in every direction. No one knew what would happen next. But everyone knew one thing: the throne could not remain empty, not even for a day. Because the moment a kingdom appears weak, its enemies begin to move. Alexander was only 20 years old. Today, 20 feels young. In the ancient world, it was still astonishing. Many experienced generals serving under Philip had spent longer campaigning than Alexander had been alive. Some had gray hair. Some had scars earned decades before Alexander was born. Many commanded thousands of veteran soldiers. Every one of them possessed more experience. None possessed his bloodline. Blood alone, however, never guaranteed a crown. The Macedonian throne was not inherited automatically. It had to be accepted. The army had to proclaim its king. The nobles had to support him, and rivals had to be dealt with. Immediately, history often remembers Alexander's conquests. It sometimes forgets how close he came to never ruling at all, because Philip had left behind more than one possible heir. There was Alexander's infant half-brother born to Philip's new wife Cleopatra Eurydice. There was Amyntas I-IV, Philip's nephew, whose own claim to the throne had once been stronger than Philip's. There were powerful noble families, each calculating what Philip's death might mean. Some wondered if Macedonia needed an older ruler. Others wondered whether 20-year-old Alexander could truly command the army that had conquered Greece. And beyond Macedonia's borders, foreign kings were asking the same question. Alexander understood something that would define his entire life. Speed creates power. Hesitation creates opportunities for everyone else. He acted before uncertainty could spread. The Macedonian army assembled. Veteran officers gathered. One by one, they proclaimed Alexander their king, not because they loved him, because they remembered Chaeronea. They remembered the prince who had ridden beside Philip, the boy who had led cavalry charges into Greece's finest warriors.
The young commander who had already governed Macedonia during Philip's absence. Most importantly, they knew the army Philip had built required decisive leadership. Alexander gave them exactly that. But becoming king required more than ceremony. Every ancient monarchy understood a brutal truth. A dead rival cannot start a civil war. A living rival might. Modern audiences often find this shocking. Yet in the 4th century BC, succession struggles almost always turned violent. If rival claimants survived, civil war usually followed. Alexander knew this. whether he liked it or not. Ancient sources tell us that several potential rivals were eliminated during the transition of power. Amyntas IV was eventually executed. Cleopatra Eurydice and her infant daughter would soon meet tragic ends under circumstances that ancient historians describe differently. Many later writers place responsibility upon Olympias, whose hatred toward Philip's new family had become legendary. Whether Alexander approved, objected, or simply accepted what happened remains uncertain. The ancient sources disagree. Modern historians remain cautious. What is clear is that within months, no serious rival remained. Alexander had secured the throne. The cost was measured in blood. Imagine how Alexander must have felt. He had dreamed of becoming king. Now he finally was. But not because Philip had retired, not because father and son celebrated together. Philip was gone. The man Alexander had spent his entire life trying to impress would never again see what his son accomplished. There would be no final conversation, no reconciliation, no chance to stand together in Persia. Only silence. For all his ambition, Alexander had inherited a kingdom through tragedy. Yet grief had little time to breathe, because Greece was already slipping away. The moment word of Philip's death reached the southern city-states, hope returned. Athens celebrated. Some citizens reportedly crowned themselves with flowers. Demosthenes, Philip's greatest political enemy, encouraged resistance once again. The tyrant is dead. Surely Macedonia would now collapse. Elsewhere, Thebes quietly prepared to rebel. Thrace stirred. Illyrian tribes watched the northern frontier. Even Persia took notice. Perhaps the great Macedonian experiment had ended with Philip. Perhaps this young king would prove weak. Perhaps Greece could finally reclaim its independence. Across the known world, people made the same mistake. They assumed Alexander would behave like an inexperienced young ruler. They assumed he needed time. Alexander intended to give them none. His first campaign as king did not march east toward Persia. It marched north. The tribes beyond Macedonia's borders sensed opportunity. Alexander saw danger. If he invaded Asia while enemies threatened his homeland, his entire empire could collapse behind him. So before chasing glory, he secured his foundation. It was a lesson Philip had taught him well. A king who ignores the ground beneath his feet eventually falls. Alexander crossed into Thrace. The land grew harsher. Mountains replaced fertile plains. Dense forests covered the valleys. Roads became little more than narrow tracks. Local tribes knew every hill, every river, every hidden pass. They believed geography would protect them. One of the fiercest confrontations came in the Haemus Mountains. The Thracians had prepared carefully. High above the narrow mountain pass, they gathered wagons loaded with stones and timber. Their plan was simple. When the Macedonians entered the pass, they would send the wagons crashing downhill. No formation could survive. No shield wall could stop thousands of pounds of wood and iron hurtling from above. It was a clever trap, the kind of trap that had destroyed armies throughout history. Alexander studied the slope, then issued one of his most unusual commands. If a wagon rolled directly toward them, his soldiers were to open their ranks, let it pass through. If escape proved impossible, they were to lie flat, holding their shields above them. The wagons thundered down. Some crashed harmlessly through the gaps. Others leapt over the crouching soldiers. The trap failed. Moments later, the Macedonian phalanx climbed the heights. The Thracian position collapsed. Again, Alexander had solved a problem others believed impossible. Not through greater strength, through faster thinking. From there, he pushed farther north, eventually reaching the mighty Danube River. To many Greeks, this river marked the edge of the civilized world. Beyond it lived peoples they considered mysterious, dangerous, almost legendary. Crossing such a river with an army was difficult enough. Crossing it at night, with limited boats, was another matter entirely. Alexander did it anyway. His men quietly ferried across in darkness. At dawn, they struck before the enemy fully understood what had happened. The surprise was overwhelming. Another victory, another message spread across Europe. Philip's son was no frightened boy. He was every bit as dangerous as his father, perhaps more. Then, while Alexander campaigned in the north, a rumor began traveling south. It started quietly. One messenger, then another, then another. Alexander was dead. No one knows exactly how the rumor began. Perhaps someone genuinely misunderstood a report. Perhaps enemies deliberately spread false information. Whatever its origin, people wanted to believe it. Especially in Thebes, the proud city remembered Philip's conquest, remembered Chaeronea, remembered Macedonian occupation. If Alexander truly had died, this was their chance. The Thebans rose in revolt. They expelled the Macedonian garrison, called upon the rest of Greece to join them. Athens watched closely. Other cities hesitated. The future of Greece balanced upon one question. Was Alexander really dead? The answer was riding south faster than anyone imagined. Because the young king had just learned of the rebellion, and he intended to show the entire Greek world exactly how alive he was. Alexander had inherited his father's kingdom. Now he had to prove he deserved it. The road south disappeared beneath a cloud of dust. Day after day, the Macedonian army marched with astonishing speed, across mountains, through narrow valleys, over rough roads that punished both men and horses. Soldiers slept only a few hours each night. Meals were hurried. Armor stayed on. No one complained. They knew their king was racing against something far more dangerous than distance. An idea. If Greece truly believed Alexander was dead, his father's empire would unravel before he could save it. Every hour mattered. Every mile mattered. Alexander pushed harder. Veterans later struggled to believe how quickly they had covered the distance. It was exactly the kind of march Philip had trained them for. An army that could appear where no enemy expected. An army that moved faster than rumor. Meanwhile, inside the walls of Thebes, confidence grew. The city had every reason to believe its gamble would succeed. Thebes was no ordinary Greek city. It had once humbled mighty Sparta. Its sacred band had been admired throughout Greece. Its generals had changed the art of war. Although Chaeronea had broken its military power, its pride remained untouched. Now, they believed history had given them another chance. Messengers hurried to neighboring cities. "Rise! Macedonia is weak. The young king is dead." Some answered with encouragement. Others hesitated. Athens debated. Sparta watched. Everyone waited to see what would happen next. Then, lookouts standing upon the city walls saw something impossible. A line of dust, growing larger, growing closer. Not scattered riders, an army. A Macedonian army. At its head rode Alexander. Alive. Imagine the silence that must have spread through Thebes. Only days earlier, people had celebrated his supposed death. Now, he stood outside their walls, not wounded, not exhausted, not weakened. He had crossed nearly the entire length of Greece in little more than 2 weeks. The impossible rumor had vanished. The impossible king had arrived. Alexander had not merely survived. He had arrived before anyone believed he could. His speed alone became a weapon. Yet, he did not attack. Not immediately. That decision reveals something important about Alexander. Modern history often remembers him only as a conqueror. But again and again, before major battles, he offered peace. Not because he feared fighting, because battles cost lives, his own included. Standing before Thebes, Alexander sent a message into the city. Surrender. Hand over the leaders of the revolt. Rejoin the League of Corinth. No further punishment would follow. It was an extraordinary offer. Many kings would have attacked immediately. Alexander still hoped to avoid destroying one of Greece's greatest cities. Inside Thebes, debate erupted. Some citizens wanted compromise. Others argued surrender would mean humiliation forever. Then came another astonishing reply. The Thebans demanded that Alexander surrender 2 of his own generals. If he truly desired peace, they said, let him hand over his commanders instead. The negotiations ended there. Both sides understood. Only battle remained. The walls of Thebes were strong, its defenders determined. The city had survived wars before. Many believed it could survive another. Alexander knew a direct assault would be costly. So he waited, positioning his troops carefully, watching, listening, searching for weakness. He had learned long ago, every fortress possesses one. The challenge is finding it before your enemy does. The first attack began fiercely. Macedonian soldiers advanced under a rain of arrows. The Thebans fought with desperate courage, street by street, wall by wall. The defenders pushed back repeatedly. At several points, the battle hung in the balance. Then, almost by accident, an opportunity appeared. Near one section of the defenses, the Thebans had left a gate insufficiently protected while reinforcing another position. Alexander's officers saw it. Without hesitation, they surged forward. Macedonian troops burst through. Suddenly, the fighting was no longer outside the city. It was inside. Chaos exploded through the streets. Imagine standing in Thebes that afternoon. The sounds echo through narrow stone roads, bronze striking bronze, shouting, running feet, smoke drifting upward, families pulling children indoors, neighbors barricading doors. War had entered their homes. The defenders continued resisting. Many fought until the very end. Some refused every opportunity to surrender. Others fled. The city dissolved into confusion. Once organized resistance collapsed. The outcome became inevitable. Thebes had fallen. What happened next remains one of the darkest moments of Alexander's life. Ancient sources estimate that around 6,000 Thebans died during the fighting. Thousands more were taken captive and sold into slavery. The city itself, one of the oldest and most famous in Greece, was almost completely destroyed. Only temples and the house traditionally associated with the poet Pindar were spared. Everything else collapsed into rubble. Modern readers often struggle with this episode. How could the same Alexander who admired Homer, studied philosophy, and respected courage permit such destruction? It is one of the central questions of his life. Some ancient writers argue that Alexander did not act alone. The League of Corinth, the alliance of Greek states under Macedonian leadership, participated in deciding Thebes' fate. Many cities that had suffered under Theban power voted for severe punishment. Others suggest Alexander believed mercy here would invite endless rebellion elsewhere. Whatever his reasoning, the consequences were devastating. An ancient city disappeared. Thousands of lives were shattered. This was not glory, it was power, revealing its terrible price. And yet, the destruction of Thebes accomplished exactly what Alexander intended. News spread across Greece with astonishing speed. Entire cities changed their minds overnight. Athens, which had quietly considered supporting the rebellion, immediately sought peace. No army marched to challenge Macedonia. No coalition formed. No second uprising appeared. Every ruler understood the message. Philip's son was not weaker than his father. If anything, he was faster, bolder, less willing to tolerate rebellion. Within weeks, the League of Corinth confirmed Alexander as supreme commander of the coming invasion of Persia. The mission Philip had spent years preparing. now belonged entirely to his son. At just 20 years old, Alexander ruled Macedonia, commanded Greece, led the greatest army Europe had ever assembled. The dream of invading Persia, his father's dream, was finally within reach. But before leaving Europe forever, Alexander made one final journey. Not to a palace, not to an army, not to a city. He traveled to the ruins of Troy, the legendary battlefield where Achilles had fought centuries before. If the stories were true. For most kings, it would have been a symbolic visit. For Alexander, it was deeply personal. He carried with him the copy of the Iliad that Aristotle had given him. He walked among places he had imagined since childhood. He honored the tomb traditionally believed to belong to Achilles. According to ancient writers, he ran naked around the hero's burial mound, following an old Greek custom honoring fallen warriors. Then he laid a wreath upon the grave. Standing there, the young king reportedly said that Achilles had been fortunate. Fortunate because he had found a loyal friend like Patroclus and a poet like Homer to preserve his deeds forever. Those words reveal something extraordinary. Alexander was not thinking only about victory. He was thinking about memory, about legacy, about how future generations would remember him. He did not merely want to accomplish great things. He wanted them to endure, to be told, to outlive him. Standing beside Achilles' tomb, Alexander was not simply honoring the past. He was measuring himself against it. And across the narrow waters of the Hellespont, the greatest empire on earth was waiting. Persia, a kingdom so vast that many believed no man could conquer it. Alexander looked east. He had dreamed of this moment since he was a boy. Now, there was nothing left between him and destiny. For 2,000 years, Europe had looked east with fear. Now, for the first time, someone was marching the other way. The sea was calm, almost strangely calm. The narrow strip of water separating Europe from Asia shimmered beneath the spring sunlight. It did not look like the edge of history. It looked ordinary. A few miles of water, gentle waves, seabirds drifting overhead. Yet Alexander understood what stood before him. This was the Hellespont. Today we call it the Dardanelles. To most travelers, it was simply another crossing. To Alexander, it was a doorway. Once he stepped onto the opposite shore, there would be no turning back. Imagine standing beside him. Thousands of soldiers wait behind you, more than 5,000 cavalry, nearly 40,000 infantry, engineers, doctors, blacksmiths, surveyors, interpreters, priests, thousands of horses, hundreds of supply wagons, months of food, weapons stacked as far as the eye can see. This is not simply an army. It is an entire moving civilization, and every single person is looking toward one man, waiting. Alexander walks toward the shoreline. He pauses. The wind blows in from Asia, the continent he has imagined since childhood, the land where Cyrus the Great built the Persian Empire, where Darius now rules millions, where unimaginable wealth fills royal treasuries, where armies larger than anything Greece has ever seen can be assembled. This is no raid, no border war. Alexander intends to conquer all of it. Before boarding the ships, Alexander performs a sacrifice to the gods. Religion shaped every major decision in the ancient world. No king ignored it. No army marched without it. The future belonged to divine favor as much as human courage. Ancient historians tell us the omens were favorable. Whether one believes the gods truly spoke, or whether commanders simply needed confidence before dangerous campaigns, the effect was the same. The army believed destiny walked beside them, and belief can become one of the strongest weapons in war. The fleet pushed away from Europe. Oars dipped into the water together. The coastline slowly disappeared behind them. Ahead, Asia grew larger with every passing minute. Alexander stood aboard his ship in silence, perhaps remembering Philip. His father had spent years preparing this invasion. He had built the army, forged the alliances, created the opportunity. But he would never see the campaign begin. Now, his son carried that dream alone. As Alexander's ship approached the Asian shore, he did something remarkable. Ancient writers tell us he took a spear and hurled it into the ground before stepping onto land. The spear struck the earth and buried itself in the soil. Alexander climbed ashore, then declared Asia won by the spear. It was not merely a dramatic gesture. It was a statement of intent. He had not come to negotiate. He had come to conquer. Yet, for all Alexander's confidence, his position was far more dangerous than it appeared. The Persian Empire was enormous. Its territory stretched across 3 continents. Modern historians estimate it ruled somewhere between 25 and 30 million people. Alexander commanded perhaps 40,000 soldiers. Persia could potentially raise hundreds of thousands. Its wealth dwarfed Macedonia's. Its treasury overflowed with gold. Its road system connected distant provinces with astonishing efficiency. Its royal messengers could carry news across thousands of miles. This was not a declining kingdom waiting to collapse. It was the most powerful empire on earth. Alexander was gambling everything. Even his own army understood the risk. Many soldiers had followed Philip for years. They trusted Alexander. But trust did not erase reality. They were hopelessly outnumbered, deep inside enemy territory. If disaster struck, there would be no easy retreat. Behind them lay the sea. Ahead, an empire. Alexander wasted no time. He marched inland. Scouts spread across the countryside. Local Greek cities welcomed him as a liberator from Persian rule. Others watched cautiously. Many had lived under Persian authority for generations. Why should they believe this 22-year-old king from Macedonia? Alexander knew first impressions mattered. He paid for supplies whenever possible. Disciplined looting. Strict control. He wanted cities to open their gates willingly. A siege consumed time. Time favored Persia. Meanwhile, far to the east, King Darius III finally received the news. A Macedonian army had crossed into Asia. At first, the invasion did not seem especially alarming. After all, Greek mercenaries had raided Persian territory before. Small expeditions occasionally caused trouble. None threatened the empire itself. Perhaps this would be another. Besides, Persia possessed experienced satraps, provincial governors who could deal with local problems. Why should the great king personally concern himself with a young invader leading only 40,000 men? That assumption would become one of the greatest mistakes of his reign. The Persian governors gathered in Western Asia Minor. Among them stood experienced commanders, wealthy nobles, and one man whose advice proved especially important, Memnon of Rhodes. Unlike the Persian nobles, Memnon was Greek, a mercenary commander, an experienced soldier who understood Macedonian warfare better than almost anyone present. He looked at Alexander's invasion and immediately recognized the danger. Memnon offered a strategy. Do not fight Alexander immediately. Avoid a major battle. Retreat. Destroy crops. Burn supplies. Poison wells if necessary. Force the Macedonians deeper into Asia. Starve them. Stretch their supply lines. Then attack when exhaustion weakens them. It was brilliant advice. Alexander depended heavily on local food. His army could not carry enough provisions for a long campaign. Without supplies, even the greatest general eventually loses. But the Persian nobles rejected Memnon's plan. Why? Because it required sacrificing their own lands, burning their own farms, destroying their own wealth. Many also disliked taking advice from a Greek. Pride overruled strategy. Instead, they chose battle. Alexander would not have to chase them. They would wait. Near a small river called the Granicus. The Granicus was not enormous. In many places, a determined man could wade across it. But rivers become deadly when an enemy waits on the opposite bank. The Persians occupied the higher ground. Their cavalry lined the riverbank. Greek mercenaries stood behind them. Every Macedonian who entered the water would have to climb slippery banks under a storm of arrows, while enemy horsemen charged downhill. Several of Alexander's senior officers urged caution. One in particular, Parmenion, older than Alexander by decades, one of Philip's finest generals, a man whose experience deserved respect. Parmenion advised waiting until morning, perhaps finding another crossing, perhaps forcing the Persians to reposition. It was sensible advice, safe advice. Alexander listened carefully, then declined. He believed delay favored Persia. Every hour gave Darius more time to organize. Every day allowed more Persian forces to gather. Alexander had crossed into Asia to seize momentum. He refused to surrender it before fighting his first battle. Imagine the scene. The afternoon sun reflects off thousands of bronze helmets. The river glitters between two armies. Persian cavalry waits silently on the opposite bank. Macedonian soldiers grip their sarissas. Many know exactly what they are about to do. Charge directly into a defended river crossing, one of the hardest military operations imaginable. Alexander rides before his men, not behind them, never behind them. His white-plumed helmet catches the sunlight. He raises his spear. There are no speeches preserved from this moment. Perhaps he spoke. Perhaps he didn't. The men did not need many words. They simply watched their king. Then, Alexander urged his horse forward. Bucephalus stepped into the river. Thousands followed. The conquest of the Persian Empire had begun. The cold water splashed against the horse's legs. The current pulled at shields. The formation broke apart. Soldiers struggled to keep their footing. The Persians waited. Then, they charged. The collision was immediate, violent, confused. Unlike the orderly battles many imagine, this was chaos. Horses crashed together, spears shattered, men slipped beneath the water, others fought waist-deep in the river itself. Alexander drove straight toward the fiercest fighting. As always, he never asked his soldiers to face dangers he avoided himself. That courage inspired his army. It also nearly ended his life. Because somewhere in the whirlwind of dust, steel, and water, a Persian nobleman had just recognized the young Macedonian king, and he was about to swing an axe directly at Alexander's head. To be continued. Before Alexander could conquer an empire, he first had to survive his own courage. The river exploded into chaos. The neat battle lines that had stretched across the valley only moments before vanished beneath crashing water, rearing horses, and flying spears. The Granicus was not deep enough to drown an army, but it was deep enough to destroy its formation. That was exactly what the Persians wanted. Alexander's cavalry entered the river in scattered groups. Some horses slipped on smooth stones. Others struggled against the current. Men could no longer protect one another with disciplined formations. For a few terrifying minutes, every Macedonian fought almost alone. The Persian commanders had chosen their ground carefully. Their cavalry lined the steep eastern bank. From above, they could thrust downward into the attackers. Every Macedonian climbing out of the river had to fight uphill. Every shield felt heavier, every step slower. Every mistake became fatal. Imagine trying to climb a muddy riverbank while wearing nearly 70 pounds of armor. Your shield presses against your shoulder. Your spear catches on rocks. Water fills your sandals. Before you can even find your footing, a Persian horseman is already charging straight toward you. The air is filled with shouting in different languages: Greek, Macedonian? Persian? Commands disappear beneath the thunder of hooves. You cannot see the entire battlefield, only the enemy directly in front of you. History often remembers battles as neat diagrams on maps. The men fighting them saw almost nothing beyond arm's length. Alexander understood that hesitation meant disaster. If his men remained trapped in the river, the Persians would destroy them piece by piece. The only chance was momentum. Break through immediately, gain the higher ground, force the Persians backward before they could exploit their position. Leading the companion cavalry, Alexander charged directly toward the strongest concentration of Persian nobles. This was no accident. Ancient Persian warfare often placed aristocrats in the front ranks of cavalry. They were expected to display courage worthy of their status. Alexander knew defeating them would shake the enemy's confidence. It would also place him in the most dangerous part of the battlefield, exactly where he preferred to fight. Ancient historians describe Alexander as unmistakable. His helmet bore brilliant white plumes. His polished armor reflected the afternoon sun. His horse, Bucephalus, was already becoming famous. To his own soldiers, these made him easy to follow. To the enemy, they made him an obvious target. Several Persian commanders immediately recognized him. If Alexander died here, the invasion would likely end that very afternoon. The Persian Empire would survive. History would change forever. The fighting became intensely personal. Unlike later battles dominated by arrows or artillery, this was hand-to-hand combat. Spears splintered, swords flashed, men wrestled each other from horseback. One Persian noble, Mithridates, a son-in-law of King Darius III according to some ancient accounts, charged directly toward Alexander. The two leaders collided with tremendous force. Alexander's spear struck first. Mithridates fell. Another Persian noble rode forward almost immediately, then another. The battle seemed to revolve around one man. Every noble wanted the honor of killing the Macedonian king. Every Macedonian desperately tried to keep him alive. Then came the moment that nearly ended everything. A Persian commander named Rosaces fought his way through the confusion. Before Alexander could react, Rosaces swung a heavy battle axe. The blade crashed against Alexander's helmet. Bronze split. The force drove through the metal. Ancient writers tell us the blow cut through the helmet itself and wounded Alexander's head. For an instant, the young king was exposed, dazed, bleeding, still surrounded by enemies. Another Persian noble, Spithridates, saw his opportunity. He raised his curved sword high above Alexander. One clean strike, and the campaign would be over. Imagine that single heartbeat. Alexander cannot fully defend himself. His helmet is damaged. His attention remains fixed on one opponent. Behind him, another enemy prepares the killing blow. No one would have blamed the Persians for believing victory had arrived. Then, another rider burst into the struggle. His name was Clitus. History would remember him as Clitus the Black, one of Alexander's trusted companion cavalry officers. Without hesitation, Clitus drove his weapon into Spithridates. Some ancient writers say he cut off the Persian's arm just as the sword began descending. Others describe the blow differently. The exact details remain uncertain. The outcome does not. Alexander lived because another man reached him in time. For perhaps the first time in his life, the future conqueror of Asia had come within inches of death. It would not be the last time, not even close. Throughout his career, Alexander repeatedly placed himself in situations where survival depended upon seconds. Modern military commanders generally avoid unnecessary personal risk. A dead commander cannot lead. Alexander thought differently. He believed his greatest weapon was example. If he expected his soldiers to face danger, he would face greater danger himself. Again and again, this inspired astonishing loyalty. Again and again, it almost killed him. Gradually, the battle began turning. The Macedonian cavalry established itself on the eastern bank. Now the phalanx arrived. Thousands of sarissas emerged from the river. Once formed, the Macedonian infantry became almost impossible to stop. Their 18-foot pikes projected row after row of spear points toward the enemy. Persian cavalry, designed for speed and maneuver, struggled against the dense forest of weapons. Little by little, their line bent backward. Then, it broke. Horsemen fled across the plain. What had begun as a determined defense became a retreat. Only one major force still stood its ground. Behind the Persian cavalry waited thousands of Greek mercenaries. These men deserve special attention. They were not Persians. They were Greeks, professional soldiers hired to fight for the Persian king. In the ancient world, this was common. Many warriors served whoever paid them. To Alexander, however, their presence carried painful symbolism. He had crossed into Asia, claiming to lead a united Greek campaign against Persia. Now, Greeks stood fighting beside the enemy. When the Persian cavalry collapsed, the mercenaries suddenly found themselves abandoned, surrounded, still heavily armed, still disciplined. They requested negotiations. Ancient sources differ about exactly what happened next. Most agree Alexander refused favorable terms. The fighting resumed. Thousands of mercenaries were killed. Many survivors were captured. Instead of treating them as ordinary prisoners of war, Alexander sent many back to Macedonia in chains. Why? Because he declared they had fought against the common cause of Greece. It was a harsh message. Loyalty, in Alexander's eyes, had consequences. As evening settled over the Granicus, the battlefield grew quiet. Broken spears floated downstream. Abandoned shields lay scattered across the riverbank. Horses wandered riderless through the valley. The first great battle of the invasion was over. Alexander had won. Modern historians debate Persian casualties. Ancient writers often exaggerated numbers. What matters more than exact figures is the result. Western Asia Minor suddenly lay open. The Persian governors who had opposed him were dead or scattered. The myth of Persian invincibility had been shattered in a single afternoon. Yet Alexander did something afterward that reveals the man behind the victories. He walked among the wounded, not only officers, ordinary soldiers. He visited those who had survived. He asked about their injuries. He honored the families of the dead. According to ancient sources, he exempted their parents and children from certain taxes. He ordered magnificent bronze statues to be created honoring companions who had fallen in battle. Victory, he believed, belonged to everyone, not just the king. His men noticed. They always noticed. And every act like this strengthened a bond that would eventually carry them across deserts, over mountains, and to the very edge of the known world. Then Alexander did something even more symbolic. He selected 300 sets of captured Persian armor. Not to keep, not to sell. He sent them back to Greece, to Athens. They were dedicated to the goddess Athena. The inscription reportedly read, "Alexander, son of Philip, and the Greeks, except the Spartans, from the barbarians who dwell in Asia." The message echoed across the Greek world. The invasion was no longer a dream. It was real. Persia had been defeated. Not completely, not even close. But for the first time, the great king had lost a major battle to the young Macedonian. Far to the east, King Darius XIII received another report. The governors of Western Asia had failed. Several of his finest nobles were dead. A provincial defeat? Yes, but perhaps still only a provincial problem. Darius had not yet met Alexander. He had not yet seen the young king lead from the front. He had not yet understood the danger. He still believed time remained. Alexander intended to prove him wrong. Because beyond the Granicus lay something even more valuable than victory. the rich Greek cities of Asia Minor, the ports that controlled the eastern Mediterranean, and a prize that Philip himself had never lived long enough to claim. The road to the heart of the Persian Empire had finally opened. Alexander had crossed into Asia expecting battles. Instead, entire cities began opening their gates. The morning after the Battle of the Granicus, the world looked different. The rivers still flowed, the mountains still stood, the cities still bustled with merchants and craftsmen. Yet politically, everything had changed. One battle had broken more than a Persian army. It had broken confidence. For generations, Persian governors had ruled Western Asia Minor with an almost unquestioned authority. Now, many of them were dead. Others had fled. Suddenly, cities that had obeyed Persia for decades found themselves asking a dangerous question. Who would rule tomorrow? The great king or the young Macedonian? Alexander understood something few conquerors ever grasp. Victory on the battlefield means little if the people behind the battlefield refuse to accept you. An empire cannot survive by winning battles alone. It must also win decisions. Rather than rushing recklessly inland, Alexander slowed his advance. His next objective was not another army. It was loyalty. Every city forced Persia to spend money. Every harbor denied the Persian navy a base. Every ally made the next victory easier. If Alexander could persuade cities to welcome him, he would save thousands of lives. His greatest weapon would become choice. The first major prize was Sardis. Few cities mattered more. For nearly 2 centuries, Sardis had served as the administrative capital of Persian Western Asia. Its treasury held enormous wealth. Its fortress towered above the surrounding countryside. Its roads connected the entire region. If Sardis resisted, Alexander could lose months in a difficult siege. Instead, something extraordinary happened. The Persian commander, Mithridates, rode out to meet him. Not with an army, with the keys to the city. Without a fight, Sardis surrendered. Imagine the reaction among Alexander's soldiers. Yesterday, they had risked their lives crossing the Granicus. Today, one of Persia's greatest cities simply opened its gates. Alexander entered peacefully. He ordered sacrifices to the Greek gods. He respected local religious traditions. Most importantly, he left much of the existing administration intact. This would become one of the defining characteristics of his empire. Alexander did not arrive intending to erase every culture he encountered. He intended to rule them. Those are very different ambitions. Many conquerors destroy institutions. Alexander often preferred to inherit them. Persian tax systems, road networks, local officials, experienced administrators. If they accepted his authority, many kept their positions. This was practical. 40,000 Macedonians could not govern millions of people alone. Alexander needed cooperation, not constant resistance. Again and again throughout his campaigns, he demonstrated a willingness to reward loyalty, regardless of nationality. To many Persians, that came as a surprise. From Sardis, Alexander marched southwest. His destination was the rich Greek cities along the Aegean coast. These cities occupied an unusual position. They were Greek by language and culture, yet ruled by Persia. Some welcomed Alexander enthusiastically. Others hesitated. Many had lived under Persian rule for generations. Changing rulers always carries risk. Promises are easy. Conquerors often make them. Keeping them is much harder. Alexander knew trust had to be earned. One city in particular would test him. Ephesus, one of the greatest cities in the Greek world, home to the magnificent Temple of Artemis, one of the 7 wonders of the ancient world. Its towering columns attracted visitors from across the Mediterranean. Merchants crowded its streets. Pilgrims filled its markets. Its harbor connected east and west. But beneath its prosperity, politics simmered. The city had experienced years of tension between supporters of Persia and those who wanted greater independence. When news of Alexander's victory reached Ephesus, everything erupted. The Persian-backed leadership collapsed. Exiles returned. Old rivalries exploded into violence. Crowds sought revenge. Some citizens hunted political enemies through the streets. Alexander arrived just as chaos threatened to consume the city. Many conquerors would have allowed the bloodshed to continue. A divided population is easier to control. Alexander chose differently. He ordered the violence stopped. Immediately. No revenge killings. No mob justice. No settling old scores. Order first. Politics later. This decision surprised many. Alexander wanted to present himself not as another destroyer, but as a restorer. Someone bringing stability after years of uncertainty. Whether every citizen believed him is another question. Standing before the Temple of Artemis, Alexander reportedly admired its extraordinary beauty. Some ancient writers claim he later offered to rebuild portions of the temple in exchange for placing his own name upon it. Local priests politely declined. One famous response survives in later tradition. It is not fitting for one god to dedicate offerings to another. Whether those exact words were ever spoken remains uncertain. Ancient historians loved memorable exchanges. Still, the story captures something important. Alexander's reputation was already beginning to grow beyond ordinary kingship. Some people admired him. Others feared him. A few had already begun treating him as something more. Alexander himself was not yet ready for that idea. As city after city submitted, another problem demanded attention: the Persian navy. This was perhaps Alexander's greatest weakness. Persia possessed one of the largest fleets in the Mediterranean. Many of its finest sailors came from Phoenician ports and Greek islands loyal to the great king. Alexander's own fleet, though respectable, could not easily challenge it. Some of his advisors urged a massive naval campaign. Alexander made a surprising decision. Instead of defeating the Persian navy at sea, he would defeat it from land. Imagine trying to stop a fleet without sinking its ships. Alexander realized something simple. Ships need ports, fresh water, food, repairs, crews. If he captured every coastal city, the Persian navy would gradually lose the places it depended upon. Without secure harbors, even the strongest fleet becomes useless. It was an indirect strategy, elegant, patient, and remarkably effective. Alexander preferred solving problems at their source. This way of thinking appeared again and again. He rarely fought battles simply because they were available. He fought battles that solved larger problems. The Granicus was not about one river. It opened Asia Minor. Capturing coastal cities was not about collecting territory. It isolated the Persian fleet. Every victory connected to another. Every campaign served a larger design. Even his enemies slowly began recognizing something unsettling. Alexander was not simply brave. He was thinking several moves ahead, like a master playing a game no one else fully understood. Yet not every city surrendered willingly. One city stood determined to resist. Its walls were among the strongest in Asia Minor. Its harbor protected Persian ships. Its citizens believed Alexander's victories had gone to his head. They believed stone walls would succeed where Persian cavalry had failed. The city was called Miletus, and for the first time since crossing into Asia, Alexander would have to prove that he could do more than win open battles. He would have to master siege warfare. Because conquering an empire was not only about defeating armies, it was about breaking walls. And beyond those walls, the Persian king was finally beginning to understand the truth. This young Macedonian was not leading another Greek raid. He was dismantling the empire, one city at a time. A battle tests a general's courage. A siege tests his patience. If the Battle of the Granicus had revealed Alexander's bravery, the cities of Asia Minor would reveal something even more important: whether he possessed the patience to build an empire. Battles are dramatic. They begin, they end, history remembers them. But most ancient warfare was not fought on open plains. It was fought against walls, high walls, thick walls, walls built over generations by people who believed they would never fall. A city behind stone could survive long after an army in the field had been destroyed. Alexander understood this. Winning one battle would never be enough. If he wanted Persia, he had to master siege warfare. His first major test came at Miletus. The city stood on the western coast of Asia Minor. Prosperous, well fortified, its harbor opened directly onto the Aegean Sea. Whoever controlled Miletus controlled one of the region's most valuable naval bases. Alexander wanted the city. Persia needed it. Neither side intended to give it up. The Persian fleet was already approaching. More than 400 ships, according to ancient estimates, sailed toward the coast. Many carried experienced Phoenician sailors. Others carried Greek mercenaries loyal to the great king. If those ships reached Miletus before Alexander secured the city, his entire coastal strategy might collapse. The Persians could reinforce every harbor, supply every fortress, threaten his own lines of communication. The invasion itself could stall before reaching the heart of Asia. Everything depended on timing. Alexander reached the city first. That alone changed everything. Instead of charging recklessly against the walls, he immediately seized the outer harbor. His own smaller fleet blocked Persian access to the port. It was an elegant solution. He did not need to destroy the Persian navy. He simply needed to deny it a place to land. Again, Alexander attacked the problem rather than its symptoms. The defenders of Miletus still refused to surrender. Siege engines rolled forward. Tall wooden towers creaked across the ground. Heavy battering rams advanced beneath protective roofs. Engineers measured distances with astonishing precision. This was another inheritance from Philip. His father had transformed siegecraft into a science. Alexander now possessed some of the finest military engineers in the world. Every beam, every rope, every wheel, every pulley had been prepared long before the campaign began. Victory often belongs not to the strongest soldiers, but to the best preparation. For days, the assault continued. Stone crashed against stone. Arrows darkened the sky. Massive rams pounded the walls again, and again, and again. Imagine the sound. Not one dramatic explosion, thousands of repeated impacts. The deep, rhythmic thud of timber striking ancient masonry. Hour after hour, day after day, every strike telling the defenders the walls would not last forever. Eventually, a breach appeared. The opening was small, barely enough for a handful of soldiers. But Alexander knew something every experienced commander understood. Walls do not collapse all at once. They fail gradually. A crack becomes a gap becomes an entrance becomes a victory. The Macedonians surged forward. The defenders resisted fiercely. Street fighting erupted inside the city. Yet the outcome was never truly in doubt. Miletus fell. The Persian fleet, arriving too late, could do nothing but watch from offshore. Many of Alexander's generals urged him to pursue the Persian navy immediately, destroy it, end the threat forever. Alexander refused. His decision surprised nearly everyone. He understood something others missed. His fleet remained smaller. A great naval battle favored Persia. Why risk everything? Instead, he continued capturing ports. Every harbor he seized became another wound to the Persian fleet. Without secure bases, ships cannot remain at sea forever. Eventually, they require water, food, repairs, rest. Alexander intended to deny them all four. History would prove him correct. From Miletus, he marched south. His next destination looked almost impossible: Halicarnassus, one of the strongest fortified cities in the entire Persian Empire. Today it lies within modern-day Turkey. In Alexander's time, it was protected by enormous stone walls, multiple defensive towers, and one of the finest harbors in the eastern Mediterranean. Its commander was no ordinary governor. It was Memnon of Rhodes, the same Greek mercenary who had warned the Persians not to fight at the Granicus, the same commander whose advice had been ignored. Now, he finally had the opportunity to prove he had been right. Unlike many Persian nobles, Memnon respected Alexander. Not personally, professionally. He understood exactly what kind of opponent stood before him. He knew Alexander moved quickly. He knew the Macedonian phalanx. He knew Philip's military reforms. Perhaps more importantly, he knew the limits of Macedonian logistics. If anyone in Persia truly appreciated the danger, it was Memnon. And now, Alexander would have to defeat him. Halicarnassus was different from every challenge Alexander had faced so far. At the Granicus, he fought men. Here, he fought architecture. The walls stood high above the plain. Massive towers overlooked every approach. The defenders possessed artillery of their own. Large catapults launched stones and bolts into the advancing Macedonians. Every engineer understood this siege would be difficult. Alexander surrounded the city. His engineers immediately began constructing siege works. Great towers rolled toward the walls. Protective shelters advanced beneath constant missile fire. Archers attempted to suppress defenders on the battlements. Again, the battle became one of patience. Every day, the walls weakened. Every night, the defenders repaired them. Neither side rested. Neither side surrendered. Then, something unexpected happened. One night, a group of Macedonian soldiers reportedly drank far too much wine. Perhaps they celebrated too early. Perhaps they simply grew careless. Whatever the reason, they decided to attack a section of the wall without orders. The assault quickly spiraled out of control. The defenders rushed to meet them. Fighting erupted in darkness. Confusion spread through both armies. Alexander heard the noise and immediately rode toward it. He could have abandoned the reckless soldiers. Many commanders would have. Instead, he committed reinforcements. What began as an accident nearly became a disaster. Only determined fighting prevented the Macedonians from suffering heavy losses. It was a reminder that even Alexander's army, the finest in Greece, remained human. Discipline could fail. Mistakes happened. Victory never came automatically. Weeks passed. Finally, the Macedonian siege engines breached key sections of the walls. The defenders could no longer hold every position. Memnon faced a difficult decision: continue fighting until complete destruction, or preserve his remaining forces. He chose the latter. During the night, the Persians set parts of the city ablaze. Flames illuminated the harbor. Smoke climbed into the sky. Then, under cover of darkness, many defenders escaped by sea. By morning, Alexander entered Halicarnassus. Another great fortress had fallen. But Memnon himself had survived. And that mattered, because a living enemy can fight another day. Alexander treated the victory with surprising restraint. He did not destroy the entire city. Important fortifications were dismantled. Some strongholds continued resisting for a time, yet much of Halicarnassus remained standing. Again, Alexander balanced force with practicality. He needed functioning cities, not endless ruins. The campaign could not become one long trail of destruction. He intended to rule these lands after conquering them. A wise ruler does not burn every future possession. Then fate intervened, not through battle, not through strategy, through illness. Memnon of Rhodes, perhaps the most capable Persian commander in the Western theater, fell sick. Shortly afterward, he died. For Persia, it was a devastating loss. Even many modern historians believe Memnon represented one of Darius III's greatest hopes. He understood Alexander. He respected logistics. He preferred avoiding battles that favored Macedonian strengths. Had he lived longer, the campaign might have unfolded very differently. Alexander never had to defeat him in one decisive battle. Death did that instead. History sometimes turns, not on brilliant victories, but on events no general can control. With Halicarnassus secured, Western Asia Minor was effectively lost to Persia. Alexander had accomplished in a single campaigning season what many believed impossible. He had crossed into Asia, defeated Persian armies, captured major cities, neutralized much of the enemy's naval strategy, won the loyalty of countless Greek communities, and done it all before ever meeting the great king himself. But winter was approaching. Mountain roads would soon become dangerous. Many kings would have paused, returned home, waited for spring. Alexander had no intention of slowing down, because somewhere far to the east, King Darius III had finally stopped underestimating the young Macedonian. No more provincial governors, no more local commanders, no more half measures. The King of Kings would now assemble the greatest army the Persian Empire could field. For the first time, Alexander would face the ruler he had come to defeat. And the next battle would decide far more than the fate of Asia Minor. It would determine whether one ambitious young king could truly challenge an empire. Until now, Alexander had been fighting Persia's servants. Now, Persia itself was coming, far to the east. Inside the magnificent royal palaces of Babylon and Susa, the news could no longer be dismissed. This was not another border raid, not another Greek mercenary causing trouble, not another rebellious province. The young king from Macedon had crossed into Asia, defeated the satraps, captured the western coast, broken Persian authority in Asia Minor, and kept marching. For months, King Darius X had watched from the center of his empire. Now, he stood. Imagine ruling the largest empire on earth. Your messengers travel farther than most people will journey in their entire lives. Your treasury contains mountains of gold. Your armies come from dozens of nations. Your authority stretches from Egypt to the Indus River. Millions bow when your name is spoken. You are not simply a king. You are the King of Kings. That was Darius. Or at least, that was the title history remembers. Modern history often treats Darius as nothing more than Alexander's defeated opponent. That is unfair. He was not foolish, nor weak. He had inherited one of history's most difficult jobs. The Persian Empire was enormous. Its provinces spoke different languages, worshipped different gods, followed different traditions. Keeping such a vast empire together demanded diplomacy, administration, and constant vigilance. A rebellion in Egypt, a revolt in Babylon, a nomadic invasion in Central Asia, all could erupt simultaneously. Even before Alexander crossed into Asia, Darius ruled a kingdom that rarely knew complete peace. Yet there was another problem. Unlike Cyrus the Great, or Darius Bisthut, the founders of Persia's greatness, Darius III had inherited, rather than created, the empire. He had come to power after years of palace intrigue and political violence. Several members of the royal family had been murdered before he claimed the throne. He understood better than anyone how quickly power could disappear. Now, a young foreign king threatened not merely one province, but the prestige upon which the entire empire rested. If Persia appeared weak, every province might begin asking dangerous questions, exactly as the Greek cities had after Philip died. Empires survive on confidence. Lose that, and cracks begin spreading everywhere. This time, Darius would not trust satraps. He would lead the army himself. Across the empire, orders spread. Summon the cavalry. Summon the immortals. Summon the royal guard. Call the archers. Gather supplies. Prepare bridges. Collect engineers. The Persian war machine, largely dormant for generations against major foreign invasions, began moving. Ancient writers describe enormous numbers. Some claimed hundreds of thousands, others even more. Modern historians are far more cautious. The exact size of Darius' army remains unknown. Ancient sources frequently exaggerated military numbers. What we can say with confidence is this: Darius assembled an army vastly larger than Alexander's, an army drawn from nearly every corner of his empire. Imagine that gathering: horsemen from Media, archers from Persia, infantry from Babylonia, noble cavalry from Bactria, troops from Armenia, Syrians, Phoenicians, Egyptians, each bringing different weapons, different languages, different traditions. Some fought with bows, others with long spears, others with curved swords. Some wore heavy armor, others almost none. It was less a single army than an empire in motion. Its sheer size impressed everyone who saw it. But size alone does not guarantee unity. Meanwhile, Alexander continued marching south. Winter had passed. The roads improved. His soldiers crossed rivers, climbed mountain passes, and descended toward the warm Mediterranean coast. Some cities still resisted. Many surrendered. Others simply watched. Alexander rarely hurried without reason. He understood logistics. His army required food every day, water every day, fresh horses, replacement weapons, medical care, shoes. Thousands of ordinary details determined whether extraordinary victories remained possible. History remembers kings. Armies remember supply wagons. Alexander also made another important decision. Instead of chasing Darius immediately, he continued securing the coastline. Some of his officers questioned the strategy. Wasn't the Persian king the real objective? Why waste precious time capturing ports? Alexander disagreed. As long as the Persian navy controlled the eastern Mediterranean, his own communications remained vulnerable. If Persia landed forces behind him, his campaign could become trapped. Alexander preferred certainty. He removed one threat before confronting another, one piece at a time. Yet, his confidence never became carelessness. He constantly sought information. Scouts rode ahead every day. Captured officials were questioned. Local guides described roads. Merchants carried rumors. Shepherds knew mountain paths. Alexander listened to everyone. Not because every story proved true, because patterns emerge when enough people speak. He gathered information the way other kings gathered treasure. His curiosity extended beyond war. During these marches, ancient writers describe Alexander stopping to examine unfamiliar plants, rare animals, and unusual landscapes. He questioned local scholars, visited temples, observed customs unlike those of Greece. To many soldiers, Asia seemed endlessly strange. To Alexander, it seemed endlessly fascinating. This trait would define his empire. He did not simply conquer foreign cultures. He studied them, sometimes admired them. Eventually, he would adopt parts of them himself. That decision would later divide his closest companions. But for now, it simply reflected a young king whose curiosity remained as powerful as his ambition. Then, without warning, the campaign took a dramatic turn. Alexander fell ill, very ill. The exact cause remains uncertain. Some historians suspect exhaustion. Others suggest infection, perhaps contaminated water, perhaps something else entirely. Ancient medicine rarely identified diseases with precision. What matters is this: the king who had survived axes, spears, and cavalry charges was suddenly confined to his bed. Imagine the mood inside the Macedonian camp. Your entire campaign depends upon one man. Now that man cannot stand. Rumors spread instantly. Is he dying? Will the army return home? What if Darius attacks now? Fear moves through camps faster than disease. Alexander's physicians examined him. Most hesitated. Treating an ordinary soldier carried risk. Treating the king carried enormous danger. If the medicine failed, the physician might lose more than his reputation. Finally, one doctor stepped forward. His name was Philip of Acarnania. He believed he could save the king. Then another message arrived. Parmenion had sent a letter. It contained a shocking warning. According to the letter, the Persian king had secretly bribed Philip. The medicine was poison. Alexander must not drink it. Imagine receiving those two things at the same moment. In one hand, a cup that might save your life. In the other, a letter claiming the man who prepared it intends to murder you. Most people would hesitate. Alexander did not. Ancient writers preserve one of the most famous scenes of his life. He handed the warning letter directly to Philip while calmly drinking the medicine. The physician read the accusation, looked up in astonishment, and watched Alexander swallow every drop. It was an extraordinary display of trust, or extraordinary confidence, perhaps both. Fortunately, Philip truly was loyal. The medicine worked. Alexander slowly recovered. His army breathed again. The invasion continued. The episode revealed something profound about Alexander. He inspired fierce loyalty, but he also demanded it completely. Trust, once given, was absolute. Betrayal, if proven, would later be punished with equal certainty. Those two principles would shape every important relationship of his reign. As Alexander regained his strength, news arrived from the north. King Darius was no longer waiting. The Persian emperor had finally left the heart of his empire. The two greatest armies on earth were now marching toward one another. Somewhere they would meet. Neither king intended to retreat. Neither believed destiny favored the other. The next battle would not merely decide a province. It would decide whether Asia belonged to Persia or to a 22-year-old Macedonian who had spent his entire life believing he was born for greatness. The place where they would finally collide was a narrow strip of land near a small coastal town. Its name was Issus, and there, for the first time, Alexander and Darius would look directly into each other's eyes. Alexander had dreamed of this moment since childhood. Darius had spent months preparing for it. Only one would leave the battlefield as master of Asia. Autumn had arrived. The heat of the Mediterranean had begun to soften. Mountain winds drifted down toward the sea. The roads became cooler, the nights longer. Alexander marched north through the narrow coastline of Cilicia, believing Darius waited somewhere beyond the mountains. Instead, the Persian king made an unexpected move, one that almost changed history. Rather than waiting on the wide plains where his enormous army could spread into its full strength, Darius crossed behind Alexander. The maneuver was bold, dangerously bold. Suddenly, the two armies had passed each other without realizing it. Alexander marched north, Darius marched south, each unknowingly slipping past the other through different mountain passes. Then came the reports. Persian forces had appeared behind them. The great king had captured the town of Issus. Wounded Macedonian soldiers left there during Alexander's illness had reportedly been killed or mutilated by Persian troops, a detail preserved in several ancient sources, though the exact events remain debated. Whatever the precise truth, the message reached Alexander like a hammer blow. Darius was behind him. His supply lines were threatened. The Persian king had unexpectedly seized the initiative. Imagine the realization. For months, Alexander had dictated every movement of the campaign. Now, for the first time, someone else had forced him to react. He did not panic. He turned his army around immediately. No hesitation, no lengthy counsel, no argument. The Macedonians reversed direction and marched south. Somewhere ahead, the greatest army on earth awaited them. The place where they met could hardly have been more surprising. A narrow coastal plain. The Mediterranean Sea lay on one side. Steep mountains rose sharply on the other. Between them, only a thin strip of open ground remained. Running through the middle flowed a small river called the Pinaris. This battlefield mattered enormously because it erased Darius' greatest advantage: numbers. Imagine trying to fit a massive crowd through a narrow doorway. The people behind cannot help those in front. The doorway decides everything. The battlefield of Issus became that doorway. Darius had brought an enormous army. The land allowed him to use only part of it. Alexander immediately recognized his opportunity. Ancient historians often describe Darius arriving with dazzling magnificence. His royal chariot glittered with gold. Purple robes marked his rank. His bodyguards surrounded him. The royal standard rose high above the army. Everything announced imperial authority. For generations, Persian kings had inspired awe before battles even began. Many enemies surrendered simply at the sight of such overwhelming power. Alexander had no intention of surrendering. Before the battle, Alexander did something he had done many times before. He addressed his men. Ancient historians preserve different versions of the speech. No one knows his exact words, but the themes remain remarkably consistent. He reminded the Macedonians of everything they had already achieved, from the mountains of Thrace to the Granicus to the cities of Asia Minor. He reminded the Greeks that they fought against the empire that had once invaded their homeland. He praised their courage. He promised glory. He stood among them, not above them. His soldiers could see the dust upon his armor, the scars beneath his helmet. They knew he would ride beside them when the fighting began. That mattered. Across the river, Darius watched. Perhaps for the first time, he truly studied his opponent. The young king looked nothing like Persian royalty. Alexander wore no crown, no jeweled robes, no golden throne, only armor, a spear, a horse. Yet somehow, his soldiers looked at him with absolute confidence. Darius commanded loyalty through tradition. Alexander commanded it through presence. Neither method was weak, but they were profoundly different. The Macedonian army formed carefully. On the left, Parmenion commanded the troops nearest the sea. His task would be brutally difficult. The Persian cavalry there vastly outnumbered him. His mission was simple: hold, no matter the cost. On the right, Alexander assembled the companion cavalry, exactly where he preferred to fight. Not because it was safe, because it offered the greatest opportunity. Again, he searched for the decisive point. Again, he intended to strike there personally. Imagine standing among the Macedonian phalanx. Thousands of men lower their sarissas together. The long pikes project forward like an endless forest. Sunlight flashes from bronze helmets. The smell of leather, sweat, horsehair, the distant crash of waves against the shore. Then, the trumpets sound. The advance begins. The Persians loosed clouds of arrows. Some clattered harmlessly against shields. Others found flesh. Men fell before reaching the river. Still, the Macedonians marched, step after disciplined step. When they reached the water, the formation inevitably loosened, just as it had at the Granicus. Persian troops surged forward. The fighting became immediate, violent, confused. The banks of the Pinaris dissolved into chaos. On the Macedonian left, Parmenions struggled desperately. Persian cavalry attacked again and again. The pressure became enormous. For long moments, it seemed the line might break. Had it collapsed, Alexander's army could have been surrounded. Parmenian soldiers held, barely. Every minute they survived bought Alexander another minute elsewhere. Sometimes history turns not upon spectacular victories, but upon ordinary men refusing to retreat. Meanwhile, on the right, Alexander saw exactly what he had been searching for: a slight weakness. Not a collapse, not even a mistake, simply an opportunity. He lowered his spear. The companion cavalry accelerated. Thousands of hooves shook the earth. The charge struck with astonishing force. Persian troops began yielding ground. Alexander pressed harder, never allowing them time to recover. Gap by gap, the Persian line opened. Then Alexander saw him, far across the battlefield, standing high in his royal chariot. Darius, the King of Kings, the man whose empire stretched farther than any kingdom Alexander had ever imagined as a child. For years, they had moved toward this moment. Now, only a battlefield separated them. Alexander changed direction. He no longer aimed merely to break the Persian line. He aimed directly at Darius himself. Imagine what Darius must have seen. A young king in a gleaming helmet, charging straight toward him, not hesitating, not slowing, not turning aside. Every Persian noble understood the danger. If Alexander reached the royal chariot, the battle might end instantly. Bodyguards rushed forward. The fighting intensified. Horse against horse, shield against shield, spear against sword. The center of the battlefield became a storm of bronze and dust. Then, something happened that ancient history remembers forever. Darius turned. At first, perhaps only repositioning his chariot. Then, the horses accelerated. Soon, the royal chariot was moving rapidly away from the battlefield. Eventually, Darius abandoned it entirely and escaped on horseback. Why? Cowardice? Perhaps not. Imagine commanding the largest empire on earth. If you die, the empire dies with you. Persian kings were not expected to seek glorious deaths. They were expected to survive and continue ruling. Modern historians generally reject the simplistic image of Darius as merely a coward. Once the royal position became endangered, retreat may have appeared the only way to preserve the empire. Yet perception matters. On an ancient battlefield, seeing the king leave often meant only one thing: defeat. The Persian army began unraveling. Not everywhere at once, but gradually. Confidence disappeared. Units started withdrawing, then running. What had been an organized army became a tide flowing away from the Macedonians. Alexander wanted to pursue Darius immediately. He came astonishingly close. Some ancient writers suggest only moments separated them. Had Alexander captured the great king at Issus, history might have ended very differently. Instead, a messenger arrived. Parmenion needed help. The left wing remained under enormous pressure. Alexander faced an impossible decision: chase the Persian king or save his own army. He chose his soldiers. Turning away from Darius, he galloped back toward the struggling left flank. The Persian cavalry there eventually broke as well. The battle was won, but Darius escaped. As evening settled over Issus, Alexander entered the abandoned Persian camp. There, he encountered something no one expected: the family of the great king. Darius' mother, his wife, his daughters, his young son. They had not escaped. When they heard the battle had ended, they believed Darius had been killed. Ancient historians describe one deeply human moment. Darius' mother, Sisygambis, reportedly fell to the ground before Alexander, believing her family faced humiliation or execution. Instead, Alexander lifted her up. He spoke gently. He assured her that Darius still lived. He promised she and her family would be treated with the honor due to royalty. This decision astonished everyone. Throughout ancient history, captured royal families often suffered terrible fates. Alexander chose another path. He ordered them protected. their servants retained, their dignity respected. Whether from genuine compassion, political wisdom, or both, the gesture echoed throughout the ancient world. Alexander had defeated the King of Kings, yet he behaved like one. The victory at Issus changed everything. For the first time, Alexander had defeated Darius himself. Not governors, not satraps, the emperor. The myth of Persian invincibility had been shattered before the eyes of the empire. Yet Persia had not fallen, not even close. Darius still ruled vast territories, still possessed enormous wealth, still commanded armies. Soon, he would send Alexander a letter offering peace, a fortune beyond imagination, and a choice that might have ended the war forever. Alexander had won the battle. Now he faced something far more dangerous, a reason to stop. The battlefield of Issus had fallen silent. Broken chariots lay scattered across the plain. Discarded shields caught the fading sunlight. The cries of battle had given way to the quieter sounds that always followed victory. Doctors searched for the wounded. Soldiers looked for missing friends. Messengers rode in every direction carrying news that would shake the ancient world. The impossible had happened. The King of Kings had fled. Imagine the journey of those messengers. Across deserts, through mountain passes, along the royal road, into cities that had believed Persia could never lose. Everywhere, the same unbelievable story spread. A young king from Macedonia, barely 23 years old, had defeated the ruler of the greatest empire on earth. Some refused to believe it. Others laughed at first. Then came more messengers, then more. Soon, disbelief became fear. For the first time in nearly 2 centuries, the Persian Empire looked vulnerable. Not defeated, not yet, but vulnerable. That difference mattered. Empires rarely collapse in a single day. They begin collapsing the moment people realize they can. Alexander understood this better than almost anyone. He did not spend weeks celebrating. He did not return home in triumph. He pressed forward. Momentum had become one of his greatest allies. Every day he advanced, another city questioned its loyalty to Persia. Every day he paused, Darius gained time. Time to rebuild, time to recruit, time to recover. Alexander intended to give him none. Yet, before another battle could begin, a royal delegation arrived. They carried no weapons, only letters and gifts. The envoys bowed before Alexander. They spoke with all the dignity expected of representatives of the great king. Darius had written personally. Imagine Alexander holding that letter. Months earlier, he had crossed into Asia as an invader. Now, the ruler of Persia addressed him as an equal. The balance of power had already begun to change. Darius' message was carefully written. He blamed earlier misunderstandings for the war. He requested the return of his family. He offered friendship. He proposed negotiations. At first glance, it sounded generous. But Alexander noticed something missing. Darius still wrote as though Persia remained the superior power, as though Alexander were merely a troublesome king, not the victor of Issus. Alexander was not interested in polite allusions. He wanted reality acknowledged. He rejected the offer, firmly, respectfully, but unmistakably. The war would continue. Not long afterward, another letter arrived. This one was very different. Darius had realized the situation was more serious than he first believed. His second offer astonished even Alexander's closest companions. The Persian king proposed peace, permanent peace. He offered a vast ransom for the return of his family. Ancient sources speak of 10,000 talents of silver, an immense fortune, though ancient figures should always be treated cautiously. He offered Alexander his own daughter in marriage. Most astonishing of all, he offered every Persian territory west of the Euphrates River. Imagine unfolding a map. Everything west of that mighty river would belong to Alexander. It would instantly make him ruler of an empire larger than anything Philip had ever imagined, without another battle, without another siege, without risking another soldier. For many kings, the decision would have been obvious. Accept, go home, celebrate forever. No one could call such a campaign a failure. Alexander had already achieved more than almost anyone believed possible. His men possessed unimaginable wealth. His enemies offered peace. The mission seemed complete. Alexander gathered his senior commanders. Among them stood Parmenion, the experienced general who had served Philip, the cautious voice that had often balanced Alexander's boldness. After hearing Darius' proposal, Parmenion reportedly spoke words that history has never forgotten. "If I were Alexander," he said, "I would accept." It was sensible advice, wise advice, practical advice. Alexander's answer became legendary. "So would I," he replied, "if I were Parmenion." Whether those exact words were spoken exactly as later historians recorded them, we cannot know. Ancient authors often polished famous conversations, but the exchange perfectly captures the difference between the two men. Parmenion thought like a statesman. Alexander thought like a visionary. One saw an extraordinary victory. The other saw an unfinished journey. Why refuse? Why continue? Modern historians have debated this question for centuries. Some argue Alexander genuinely believed he could conquer the entire Persian Empire. Others suggest accepting Darius' offer would leave Persia powerful enough to threaten him later. Some believe ambition had already become inseparable from his identity. Perhaps all three contain truth. Whatever his reasoning, Alexander no longer measured success by territory alone. He believed the Persian Empire itself had to fall. Not part of it, all of it, he wrote back to Darius. His response survives in different versions among the ancient historians, with variations in wording. Its message, however, is clear. Alexander declared that Darius was no longer in a position to dictate terms. If Darius wished to negotiate, he must come as a suppliant. Alexander now claimed to be the rightful ruler of Asia. The balance between the two kings had completely reversed. Only months earlier, Alexander had crossed into Persian lands as an invader. Now, he wrote as though the empire already belonged to him. It sounded outrageous, almost impossible. Yet every victory made the claim a little less unbelievable. There was another reason Alexander refused peace, one that reveals how differently he thought. Imagine climbing halfway up the tallest mountain on earth. You are exhausted, cold. The summit still lies far above. Someone offers you a comfortable home halfway up. Many would accept. Alexander never climbed mountains to stop halfway. Since childhood, he had measured himself against Achilles, against Heracles, against every legendary hero whose stories Aristotle had placed before him. Heroes did not stop when comfort appeared. They stopped only when the journey ended, or when death did. While Darius searched for peace, Alexander turned south, not east. Many people find this surprising. Why not chase the Persian king immediately? Because Alexander was still thinking several moves ahead. The Persian navy remained a threat. As long as Phoenician ports remained loyal to Darius, Persian ships could still dominate the Mediterranean. Alexander decided to remove that danger first. Again, he attacked the foundation rather than the surface. His next destination would become one of the greatest engineering challenges of the ancient world. A city unlike any he had ever faced. A city that believed itself unconquerable. It stood not on the mainland, but on an island. Its walls rose directly from the sea. Its sailors had defeated powerful enemies before. Its people trusted the ocean more than any army. The city was called Tyre. Most generals would have sailed past it. Alexander looked across the water and decided he would conquer the sea itself if necessary. Because for Alexander, the word impossible had never been a reason to turn back. It was simply the beginning of the next chapter. Some walls are built from stone, others are built from belief. Tyre possessed both. When Alexander turned south after Issus, many of his officers expected another pursuit. Darius had escaped. Surely the Macedonian king would chase him into the heart of Persia. Instead, Alexander marched toward the sea. It seemed strange, almost disappointing. The great king still lived, yet Alexander was walking away from him. Only later would history reveal the brilliance of the decision. Because Alexander had learned something every great strategist eventually discovers. You do not always defeat your enemy by chasing him. Sometimes, you remove everything that keeps him alive. The Persian fleet still sailed the Mediterranean. Although Alexander had captured many ports in Asia Minor, the empire's greatest naval bases remained farther south. Phoenicia, a land of extraordinary sailors. For centuries, Phoenician ships had crossed the Mediterranean long before many other civilizations dared venture so far. Their harbors built Persian sea power. As long as those ports remained loyal to Darius, Persia still possessed a dangerous advantage. Alexander intended to erase it, one harbor at a time. Most Phoenician cities quickly accepted him. Aradus surrendered. Byblos surrendered. Sidon surrendered. Each peaceful surrender denied the Persian navy another safe harbor. Each spared countless lives. Alexander welcomed cooperation whenever it was offered. Conquest did not always require bloodshed. Sometimes, it required convincing people that resistance had become hopeless. Only one city refused: Tyre. Imagine seeing it for the first time. Not on the mainland, out at sea, rising from the Mediterranean itself, almost half a mile from shore. Massive walls, some reaching nearly 150 feet high according to ancient accounts, rose directly from the water. Waves crashed against their foundations. No army could simply march toward them. No battering ram could reach them. No cavalry charge mattered here. Tyre was not merely protected by the sea. It was part of the sea. For generations, people believed it could never be conquered. The Tyrians were not reckless. They respected Alexander's victories. They knew what had happened at the Granicus, at Issus, throughout Asia Minor. They understood exactly who stood on the mainland. But they also trusted something Alexander had never defeated before: water. Alexander did not initially demand the city's destruction. He requested permission to enter peacefully. His purpose was symbolic. He wished to offer sacrifice to Melkart, the chief god of Tyre. The Greeks often identified Melkart with Heracles. Alexander believed himself descended from Heracles through the Argead dynasty. The ceremony would also demonstrate that Tyre now recognized his authority. The Tyrians politely refused. Not because they hated Alexander, because allowing him inside their walls would effectively acknowledge him as their ruler. Instead, they suggested he worship at the older temple on the mainland. It sounded reasonable. Alexander immediately understood what it meant. No. Negotiations ended. The siege began. Every experienced engineer studied the city. The conclusion was obvious. Traditional siege methods would fail. You cannot roll battering rams across the sea. You cannot push siege towers through deep water. Ships alone were also risky. Tyre possessed experienced sailors and powerful defenses. Most commanders would have abandoned the effort. Alexander stared across the water and reached an astonishing conclusion. If he could not bring the army to the city, he would bring the land to the city. Imagine hearing that order. Build a road through the Mediterranean. Not a bridge, not floating platforms, an actual causeway, hundreds of feet long, wide enough for an army, stretching from the mainland all the way to the island. It sounded impossible, yet thousands of soldiers immediately began. Trees were cut down. Old buildings on the abandoned mainland settlement were dismantled. Stone, earth, timber, everything that could fill the sea was carried forward. Little by little, the causeway began extending into the water. The Tyrians watched from their walls. At first, they laughed. Surely this was madness. The sea itself would destroy the project. Then the causeway kept growing, day after day, week after week. Closer, closer, closer. The laughter stopped. Tyre responded with ingenuity of its own. Archers filled the walls. Catapults launched enormous stones into the workers below. Ships darted out from the harbor. They attacked laborers, destroyed equipment, retreated before Macedonian soldiers could react. The sea belonged to Tyre. Alexander still lacked naval superiority. Every day became a struggle simply to continue building. Then disaster struck. Alexander's engineers completed enormous siege towers, the tallest ever constructed in his campaign. They rolled them onto the unfinished causeway. Their height allowed archers to fire back at the walls. For a brief moment, it seemed Alexander had solved the problem. The Tyrians answered brilliantly. They prepared an old transport ship, filled it with dry wood, pitch, sulfur, resin, anything that burned fiercely. Then they waited for the right wind. Imagine standing on the Macedonian causeway. You see an old ship drifting toward you, abandoned, harmless. Then, suddenly, flames erupt. The burning vessel crashes into the siege towers. Fire races upward. The dry timber ignites instantly. Within moments, months of work disappear beneath towering columns of smoke. Tyrian ships surge out behind the fireship. They attack the confused Macedonians, destroy cranes, cut ropes, sink equipment. When the smoke finally clears, Alexander's entire siege has been set back. Not days, months. Many kings would have accepted defeat. Alexander did not. He simply changed the problem. If Tyre controlled the sea, then he needed the sea. Slowly, everything shifted. The Phoenician cities that had surrendered to Alexander now contributed their fleets. Cyprus joined him as well. Instead of facing Tyre with a handful of ships, Alexander suddenly commanded one of the largest fleets in the eastern Mediterranean. The balance had completely reversed. Now, Tyre was surrounded, on land and at sea. Alexander resumed construction. The causeway grew wider, stronger, longer. Massive new siege towers rolled forward. Naval battering rams struck the seawalls. Divers worked beneath the surface. Engineers invented new solutions almost daily. This was no longer merely a military campaign. It had become an engineering masterpiece. One problem after another, one solution after another. The siege itself became a battle of imagination. The Tyrians continued resisting with astonishing courage. They launched surprise attacks, captured enemy ships, even sent skilled swimmers underwater to cut anchor cables. Every success delayed Alexander. None stopped him. The siege dragged on. 1 month, then 2, then 4, 5, 6, 7. By now, many soldiers fighting beneath Tyre's walls had forgotten what life looked like before the siege began. The city refused every demand to surrender. Alexander refused every thought of leaving. It became a contest of wills. Which side would break first? Finally, Alexander's ships battered a breach into the southern walls. The opening was small, but it was enough. Companion troops stormed through. Other soldiers attacked from ships at the same time. The defenders fought desperately, street by street, tower by tower, house by house. The city that had trusted the sea could no longer hold back the tide. After 7 months, Tyre fell. What happened next remains one of the harshest episodes of Alexander's career. Ancient warfare could be unimaginably brutal after prolonged resistance. Many Tyrian defenders were killed in the final assault. Thousands of civilians were enslaved according to the ancient sources, though exact figures vary. Alexander ordered sacrifices to Heracles' milk cart in the city, the ceremony that had originally been denied him. To some, it symbolized victory. To others, it marked tragedy. Both can be true. Even today, the consequences of that siege remain visible. Alexander's great causeway gradually collected sand and sediment over the centuries. The island of Tyre eventually became connected permanently to the mainland. A decision made by one determined king more than 2,000 years ago literally changed the geography of the Mediterranean. History rarely leaves such physical scars upon the earth. The fall of Tyre echoed across the ancient world. Every ruler watching from afar understood what had happened. If a city protected by the sea, with towering walls and unmatched sailors, could not resist Alexander, who could? Yet there was one place still defying him, a fortress guarding the road to Egypt, a city whose walls stood on a rocky hill above the Mediterranean. Its defenders believed Tyre had delayed Alexander long enough. Perhaps, they thought, fortune would finally turn against the young conqueror. The city was called Gaza. And beyond Gaza lay a land Alexander had dreamed about since he first opened Aristotle's books: Egypt. Alexander had broken Persia's grip on the sea. Now, he marched toward a civilization already ancient when Greece was young. The smoke from Tyre had barely disappeared into the sky when Alexander was already moving south. 7 months. That was how long Tyre had delayed him. 7 months of engineering. 7 months of relentless attacks. 7 months proving that determination could reshape coastlines. Many kings would have stopped, rested, celebrated. Alexander did none of those things, because one city still blocked the road to Egypt. It was called Gaza. Today, its name still echoes through history. More than 2,000 years ago, it stood on a high, sandy ridge overlooking the coastal road. Every caravan traveling between Egypt and the Near East passed nearby. Whoever held Gaza controlled the gateway into Egypt. Its commander understood exactly what had happened at Tyre. He also understood something equally important. Alexander had never faced a fortress built on such high ground. The city did not rise from the sea. It rose from the desert itself. Its walls stood upon an elevated mound so steep that siege engines struggled even to reach them. Again, Alexander faced a city that many believed could not be taken. The commander was a Persian officer named Battus. Ancient sources describe him as fiercely loyal to Darius. Unlike the governors of Sardis or the leaders of Sidon, Battus never considered surrender. He knew exactly what Alexander had done to Tyre. He chose resistance anyway. Alexander offered terms. Again, as he had done before. Again, they were refused. The siege began. Imagine standing beneath Gaza's towering walls. The desert wind fills the air with dust. The city rises above you like the side of a mountain. Every arrow fired downward gathers deadly speed. Every stone launched from the battlements crashes into the earth below. Unlike Tyre, there is no sea to overcome, only height. Sometimes, height can be just as difficult. Alexander's engineers immediately faced an enormous challenge. Their siege towers could not simply roll uphill. The ground itself worked against them. So they did something extraordinary. They began building the battlefield upward. Thousands of soldiers hauled basket after basket of sand and earth. They constructed enormous ramps leading toward the walls. Little by little, the plain itself rose. The city, which had once seemed unreachable, began coming closer. History often celebrates Alexander's courage. Less often does it celebrate the anonymous laborers who carried mountains with their hands. Without them, there would have been no empire. The defenders fought relentlessly. Every advance met arrows. Every siege engine became a target. Again and again, the Macedonians attempted assaults. Again and again, they were driven back. Then, Alexander himself joined the attack. As always, he refused to command from safety. He climbed the siege works beside ordinary soldiers, encouraging them, directing them, leading them. It was exactly what his men expected. It was also exactly what made him vulnerable. During one assault, a missile, described by ancient writers as a large catapult bolt or heavy projectile, struck Alexander. It pierced his shield, passed through his armor, and wounded him in the shoulder. Some accounts suggest the injury reached dangerously close to his lung. Blood poured from the wound. His companions rushed to pull him away. For a terrifying moment, many believed the king had finally fallen. Imagine the silence spreading through the army. Alexander had survived the Granicus. He had survived Issus. He had survived illness. Now, outside a fortress in the desert, a single projectile nearly ended everything. Again, how many times could fortune continue protecting him? No one knew, least of all Alexander himself. He recovered. Not immediately, not easily, but he recovered. And when he could stand again, he returned to the siege. That decision mattered more than any speech. His soldiers saw the bandages. They saw the pain. They also saw their king walking back toward danger. If he refused to quit, how could they? Eventually, the siege ramps reached the walls. The battering rams finally found solid targets. Stone cracked. Dust filled the air. A breach opened. The Macedonians surged forward. The defenders resisted with astonishing determination. Street fighting erupted. House after house. Wall after wall. Only after desperate combat did Gaza finally fall. What happened to Battus became one of the most controversial episodes of Alexander's life. Ancient historian Arrian, writing centuries later and drawing on earlier sources, records that Battus refused to kneel before Alexander even after capture. He reportedly remained silent, refusing to beg, refusing to speak, refusing even to acknowledge defeat. Alexander admired courage, but he also demanded submission from those who had resisted him to the end. According to the ancient accounts, he ordered Battus executed in a manner meant to evoke the story of Achilles dragging Hector around the walls of Troy. Whether Alexander consciously imitated Homer exactly as later writers suggest remains debated by historians. What is certain is this: the punishment shocked even many ancient readers. It stands among the darkest actions associated with his campaigns. Perhaps it reflected anger after months of resistance. Perhaps the memory of his own wound. Perhaps his lifelong desire to imitate heroic legends had begun blurring the line between admiration and imitation. Whatever the reason, it reminds us that Alexander was never simply hero or villain. He was capable of extraordinary generosity and extraordinary brutality, sometimes within the same campaign. With Gaza secured, the road to Egypt finally lay open, and something remarkable happened. There was no great Egyptian army waiting, no desperate resistance, no decisive battle. Instead, Alexander found something he had rarely encountered: a people ready to welcome him. To understand why, we must step back. For nearly 2 centuries, Egypt had lived under Persian rule. Several times the Egyptians had rebelled. Several times those rebellions had been crushed. Many Egyptians viewed the Persians not as liberators, but as foreign rulers. When news spread that the conqueror who had defeated Darius was approaching, many saw not another invader, but a possible deliverer. Alexander understood this immediately. He did not march into Egypt as though entering conquered territory. He entered as though visiting an ancient civilization worthy of respect. Imagine crossing the eastern frontier of Egypt. The landscape changes almost overnight. The endless dry hills give way to green. Palm trees sway above fertile fields. The Nile spreads life across the desert like a ribbon of emerald. Birds fill the sky. Farmers guide boats through quiet canals. Temples older than Greek civilization rise beside the river. When Alexander arrived, the pyramids were already more than 2,000 years old. To him, they were as ancient as medieval castles are to us today. He was not entering a young kingdom. He was entering history itself. The Egyptian priests welcomed him. Cities opened their gates. The Persian administration collapsed without major fighting. For the first time since crossing into Asia, Alexander conquered an entire country almost without drawing his sword. Not because he had become weaker, because his reputation had become stronger. Sometimes, the greatest victories happen before the battle ever begins. In the ancient capital of Memphis, Alexander participated in traditional religious ceremonies. He made offerings to Egyptian gods. He respected local customs. Unlike some conquerors, he did not attempt to erase Egypt's traditions. Instead, he embraced them. The priests proclaimed him the rightful pharaoh. To the Egyptians, this was more than politics. The pharaoh was not merely a king. He was the guardian of cosmic order, the bridge between humanity and the gods. A foreign conqueror had become the living ruler of one of history's oldest civilizations. Many Macedonian soldiers found the ceremonies strange. The clothing, the rituals, the sacred animals, the towering temples covered in mysterious hieroglyphs. Alexander did not laugh. He watched carefully. He asked questions. He listened. This curiosity would soon take him somewhere even more mysterious, far beyond the fertile Nile, across endless desert, to an isolated oasis where an ancient oracle waited, a place where priests claimed the gods themselves still spoke. Alexander wanted answers, not about battles, not about Persia, about himself. Because one question had followed him since childhood. Was he merely the son of Philip, or something far greater? The journey to discover that answer would change not only Alexander's life, but the way he saw himself forever. Alexander had conquered kingdoms. Now, he wanted to know whether destiny had chosen him, or whether he had simply chosen destiny. Egypt welcomed him with open gates. The war seemed, for a brief moment, far away. There were no Persian armies waiting along the Nile, no desperate sieges, no cavalry charging across open plains. For the first time since crossing into Asia, Alexander could breathe. But peace has a curious effect on people. When survival is no longer the only concern, larger questions begin to emerge. Alexander had one question that had followed him since childhood. Who was he? To understand why he suddenly turned away from the war, you must understand the stories he had grown up hearing. His mother, Olympias, had never encouraged ordinary thinking. Ancient writers record that she surrounded her son with stories of omens, dreams, and divine favor. Legends claimed Zeus himself had visited her before Alexander's birth. Other traditions rejected those stories entirely. History cannot tell us what truly happened. What it can tell us is this: Alexander grew up believing his life carried extraordinary meaning. Aristotle taught him philosophy. Homer taught him heroism. Olympias taught him destiny. Together, those ideas shaped a young man unlike any king the ancient world had seen. Now, deep inside Egypt, stood a place that might answer the question that had haunted him for years. The Oracle of Amun, located at the oasis of Siwa, hundreds of miles west of the Nile, beyond fertile farmland, beyond villages, beyond civilization itself, across open desert. Most people never attempted the journey. Alexander decided almost immediately. He was going. Imagine leaving the green banks of the Nile. The trees disappear, then the crops, then the villages. Eventually, there is only sand, an ocean of sand. No roads, no rivers, only endless dunes stretching toward every horizon. The sun burns overhead. The air shimmers. Every direction begins to look the same. Ancient travelers feared these deserts for good reason. Many entered. Not everyone returned. The journey itself became part of the legend. Ancient historians preserve several remarkable stories. Some claimed violent sandstorms erased the trail behind Alexander's party. Others wrote that unexpected rain saved the expedition after water began running low. Still others described ravens, or snakes in another tradition, guiding the Macedonians toward the oasis after they lost their way. Modern historians cannot verify these accounts. They may be legends added later, or perhaps memories transformed by generations of storytelling. What matters is not whether birds truly guided Alexander. It is that even during his own lifetime, people had already begun wrapping his life in myth. Reality and legend were starting to merge. Days later, green finally appeared on the horizon. Palm trees, fresh water, life. The oasis of Siwa, hidden within one of the harshest deserts on earth. To exhausted travelers, it must have felt almost miraculous. There, surrounded by ancient temples dedicated to the Egyptian god Amun, stood the oracle. For centuries, rulers had traveled here seeking answers. The Greeks often associated Amun with Zeus. To Alexander, this was not merely an Egyptian shrine. It was a place where the greatest god of his own world might speak. Imagine the silence inside the temple. Incense drifts through dim chambers. Ancient stone columns disappear into shadow. Priests move quietly through sacred halls. Outside, the desert stretches endlessly. Inside, one young king waits for answers. No armies, no generals, no cheering soldiers. Just Alexander. And whatever happened within those walls, here, history reaches one of its greatest mysteries. Because no ancient writer tells us exactly what was said. Alexander entered the sanctuary. He emerged later. But whatever conversation took place between the priests and the king remained private. Ancient historians could only speculate. And speculate they did. Some claimed the priest greeted Alexander as the son of Zeus Ammon. Others believed a simple mistake in pronunciation created the famous story. Some suggested Alexander deliberately kept the conversation secret because it strengthened his authority. Others believed he genuinely experienced something deeply personal. The truth has been lost for more than 2,000 years, perhaps forever. But we do know one thing. Alexander left Siwa changed. Before arriving, he admired heroes. After leaving, he increasingly began seeing himself among them. Not immediately, not dramatically. The transformation was gradual, yet unmistakable. The idea that his life served some divine purpose became stronger. Whether inspired by sincere belief, political wisdom, or both, Alexander's confidence reached new heights after Siwa. Modern readers often struggle with this episode. Did Alexander truly believe he was the son of a god? It is a difficult question. The ancient world viewed divinity very differently from the modern one. Kings often claimed special relationships with the gods. Egyptian pharaohs had long been regarded as divine rulers. Greek heroes like Heracles were believed to possess both human and divine ancestry. Alexander did not invent these traditions. He inherited them. The important question is not whether the gods literally spoke. It is how Alexander understood what he experienced, and how that understanding influenced everything that followed. When he left Siwa, he did not return immediately to war. Instead, he made one of the most important decisions of his entire life. he traveled north to the Mediterranean coast. There, he stood beside a quiet stretch of shoreline. Few villages, no great city, just sea, sand, and possibility. Most men would have seen an empty coastline. Alexander saw a future. Imagine standing where he stood. Behind you, Egypt. Ahead, the Mediterranean. To one side, Lake Mareotis, natural harbors, trade routes, fresh water, a perfect meeting point between Africa, Asia, and Europe. Alexander reportedly took grain or chalk and sketched the outline of a new city upon the ground. Ancient writers describe birds swooping down to eat the grain marking the city's boundaries. Some interpreted it as a bad omen. Others said the seers smiled. The birds would carry the city's fame across the world. Whether the story is literal or symbolic, the city itself was real. Alexander ordered its construction. He gave it a simple name, Alexandria. Unlike many cities founded by conquerors, Alexandria was not intended merely as a military base. Alexander envisioned something larger, a place where Greek culture and Egyptian civilization could meet, a port linking continents, a center of trade, knowledge, ideas. He would spend only a short time there. He would never see the city reach its greatness. Yet centuries later, Alexandria would become one of the most famous cities in history. Its great library would seek to collect all human knowledge. Its lighthouse, the Pharos, would become one of the 7 wonders of the ancient world. Scholars from across the world would study there. Scientists, philosophers, mathematicians, poets. The city would outlive Alexander himself by many centuries. Sometimes, a king's greatest victory is not a battle. It is an idea. When Alexander finally departed Egypt, he left as something more than the king of Macedon, more than the commander of Greece, more than the conqueror of Asia Minor. He now carried the title of Pharaoh. He believed destiny had affirmed his path. His soldiers noticed the change. His companions noticed it too. Some admired it, some quietly worried. Because confidence, if left unchecked, can slowly become certainty. And certainty can become dangerous. As Alexander marched back toward the east, messengers arrived with astonishing news. Darius had not surrendered. He had not fled into obscurity. He had spent the past year rebuilding everything Alexander had shattered. Across the Persian Empire, new armies had gathered. Fresh cavalry, fresh infantry, fresh commanders. This time, the great king intended to fight on ground of his own choosing. A vast, open plain, carefully prepared for battle. No narrow coastline, no mountain pass, no river to restrict his numbers. This would be the battlefield Darius had wanted all along. Its name was Gaugamela, and many historians would later call it the battle that decided the fate of the ancient world. Every road Alexander had walked, every battle he had fought, every sacrifice his soldiers had made, had led to this one morning. Alexander left Egypt in the spring of 331 BC. Behind him, the Nile flowed quietly toward the sea. Ahead lay the greatest challenge of his life. For months, his army marched northeast, across Syria, across Mesopotamia, toward the heart of the Persian Empire. The farther east they traveled, the more the world seemed to change. The villages became richer, the roads broader, the irrigation canals stretched for miles. Persia was no longer a distant empire. Alexander was walking directly into its center. Meanwhile, King Darius the Third had learned from every mistake. He would not allow another Issus. Never again would mountains trap his enormous army. Never again would narrow ground erase his greatest advantage. This time, he would choose the battlefield. A place so wide, so flat, so perfectly open, that every horse, every chariot, every soldier could be used at once. That place was called Gaugamela. Not a city, not a fortress, simply a broad plain near modern-day northern Iraq. Yet before the battle even began, Darius ordered thousands of workers to reshape the land itself. Imagine hundreds of men removing rocks, filling holes, flattening uneven ground, smoothing miles of earth. Why? Because Darius possessed a terrifying new weapon: scythed chariots. Unlike ordinary war chariots, these carried long iron blades attached to their wheels. As they charged, the spinning blades could slash through tightly packed infantry, or so the Persians hoped. The smoother the ground, the faster the horses could run, the deadlier the charge became. Darius intended to crush the Macedonian phalanx before it ever reached his main army. He was preparing not simply for battle, but for annihilation. Ancient writers describe the Persian camp as overwhelming. Campfires stretched across the plain like another city. Thousands of tents, thousands of horses, thousands upon thousands of soldiers. Again, the exact numbers remain debated. Ancient historians often exaggerated armies to emphasize victory. Modern estimates vary widely. What remains beyond dispute is that Darius commanded a force significantly larger than Alexander's. Perhaps twice as large, perhaps more. However many stood upon that plain, Alexander faced the largest army he had ever encountered. Imagine standing among the Macedonian soldiers that evening. You climb a nearby hill. You look east. The Persian camp seems endless. Campfires flicker all the way to the horizon. You cannot count them. No one can. Some veterans who had followed Philip for decades quietly wonder, can even Alexander win this one? That night, something extraordinary happened. Parmenion approached Alexander. Ancient historians preserve another famous exchange. Parmenion suggested launching a surprise attack under cover of darkness. It made sense. Darkness would reduce the Persian numerical advantage. Confusion might decide the battle before sunrise. Many commanders throughout history would have agreed. Alexander refused. "I will not steal victory." Whether those were his exact words, or later historians capturing the spirit of his decision, the meaning remains clear. Alexander wanted a victory that no one could question. He wanted to defeat Darius, face to face, in daylight, before the entire world. That decision tells us something profound about Alexander. He did not simply want to win. He wanted history to remember how he won. Reputation mattered almost as much as victory itself. Sometimes, perhaps even more. While Persian soldiers remained awake throughout the night, expecting a surprise attack that never came, Alexander slept. Think about that. Tomorrow, he would fight the greatest battle of his life, against the largest army he had ever seen, for the fate of 2 empires. And according to multiple ancient sources, he slept so deeply that his officers eventually had to wake him. Confidence? Exhaustion? Absolute trust in his own preparation? Perhaps all 3. Morning arrived. The sun slowly rose over the plain. Dust drifted across the horizon. The Persian army formed first. The center belonged to Darius himself, standing once again in his magnificent royal chariot. Around him gathered the elite Persian guard, Greek mercenaries, the famous immortals, royal cavalry. To either side stretched cavalry from every corner of the empire: Bactrians, Scythians, Medes, Armenians. Indian troops even brought elephants, the first Alexander's army had ever seen. Not many, but enough to remind everyone just how vast Persia truly was. Across the plain, Alexander arranged his own army, carefully, patiently. His formation looked unusual, even strange. Instead of creating a single line, he built 2. The second line faced backward. Why? Because Alexander expected the Persians to attempt surrounding him. If cavalry attacked from behind, his reserve troops could immediately turn and fight. It was another example of preparation. Alexander planned not only for success, but for problems. Imagine the silence before 200,000 feet begin moving. Thousands of horses snort impatiently. Leather straps creak. Spears lower. The morning wind ripples through banners. Some soldiers whisper prayers. Others think about home. Others think about nothing at all. Sometimes, fear becomes too large for thoughts. Then, Alexander did something unexpected. Instead of marching directly toward Darius, he moved sideways, gradually, carefully. The entire Macedonian army drifted to the right. At first, the Persians simply watched. Then, they began shifting too. Darius could not allow Alexander to leave the prepared battlefield. His cavalry followed. The Persian line stretched farther and farther and farther, exactly as Alexander intended. Imagine pulling a rope tighter and tighter. Eventually, small gaps begin appearing. Not because the rope breaks, because tension separates its strands. Alexander was creating that tension across the Persian army. Every step sideways pulled the enemy farther apart. Eventually, the opening he had been searching for appeared. Not large, just enough. Enough was all Alexander ever needed. He raised his spear. The companion cavalry wheeled inward. Suddenly, the slow sideways march exploded into one of the most famous cavalry charges in military history. Thousands of horses accelerated. Dust filled the air. Bronze flashed beneath the morning sun. Straight toward the opening, straight toward Darius. Again. The Persian king immediately ordered his reserve cavalry forward. The collision shook the battlefield. Men disappeared beneath horses. Spears shattered. Swords flashed. The charge slowed, then surged again. Alexander himself rode at the very front. Always, always at the front. His companions later admitted that keeping him alive sometimes felt like fighting a second battle. Then Darius unleashed his secret weapon, the scythed chariots. Dozens thundered across the plain, their iron blades spinning wildly. Imagine hearing them before seeing them. The pounding of hundreds of hooves, the shriek of wheels, the glint of sharpened steel racing directly toward the phalanx. For a moment, it looked terrifying, exactly as Darius intended. Alexander had prepared for them. Weeks earlier, his soldiers had practiced opening gaps inside the phalanx. As the chariots approached, the Macedonian lines calmly separated. Some horses rushed harmlessly through the openings. Others were struck by javelins before reaching the line. Many panicked under missile fire. Several turned back, crashing into Persian troops instead. The terrifying new weapon failed. Not because it lacked power, because Alexander had expected it. Preparation defeated surprise. Now, nothing remained between Alexander and Darius except men. The companion cavalry drove deeper. The Persian center began bending. Dust covered everything. No one could see the entire battlefield anymore. Only fragments, only moments, only survival. Then, Alexander broke through. Once again, he was racing directly toward the great king. And once again, Darius faced the same impossible decision. Stand or save the empire by escaping? History was about to repeat itself, on an even greater stage. Twice, Darius had fled. This time, there would be no empire left to run back to. The battlefield had vanished beneath a cloud of dust. The morning sun disappeared behind it. The screams of men, the crash of bronze, the thunder of thousands of hooves. No commander could see the entire battle anymore. Each man saw only the fight directly in front of him. Only one person still knew exactly where he was going: Alexander. His companion cavalry had punched through the Persian center. The gap Darius had desperately tried to close had become a wound. Every second, it grew wider. Alexander did not stop to celebrate. He did not slow to reorganize. He drove deeper, straight toward the royal chariot, exactly as he had at Issus. Imagine being one of Darius' royal bodyguards. For months, you have heard stories about this Macedonian king, how he always leads from the front, how he never seems afraid, how every battle somehow ends with him charging directly toward your king. Now, through the dust, you see him. Closer, closer, closer. The stories were true. The Persian nobles fought desperately. Many of them knew they would not survive. If Alexander reached Darius, everything was finished. One by one, they threw themselves into the path of the Macedonian charge. Ancient writers describe extraordinary acts of loyalty. Some bodyguards reportedly died beside the royal chariot itself. Others tried to hold the opening long enough for Darius to escape. For them, this was no longer about victory. It was about buying time. Then, the moment came. Darius looked ahead. Alexander was coming, fast. The Macedonian cavalry had broken through. The center of his army was collapsing. His left and right wings could no longer protect him. For the second time, the King of Kings faced the same terrible choice: die beside the royal chariot, or live and hope to rebuild another army. He turned. Again. History has judged that moment harshly. Many ancient Greek writers portrayed Darius as a coward. Modern historians are more careful. Imagine carrying the responsibility of an empire stretching thousands of miles. If you fall, the government collapses. The treasury becomes vulnerable. The provinces panic. Your family remains prisoners. Your generals lose direction. Your allies lose hope. From Darius' perspective, survival may still have seemed the only chance to save Persia. But battlefields rarely reward careful reasoning. They reward appearances. And once soldiers saw the great king leaving, belief disappeared. At first, small groups began retreating, then larger ones. Soon, entire sections of the Persian army dissolved. Some cavalry continued fighting bravely. Others fled immediately. Commands no longer reached the men. Dust, fear, confusion. The greatest army in the world began tearing itself apart. Alexander saw Darius escaping. This was the opportunity he had dreamed about since crossing the Hellespont. Capture the great king, and the war might end in a single afternoon. He ordered pursuit. The companion cavalry raced after the fleeing Persian ruler. For miles, they chased him across the plain. Ancient sources suggest Alexander came remarkably close. But Darius escaped once again. The King of Kings abandoned his magnificent chariot, his royal bow, his shield, even parts of his royal equipment. Everything that slowed him, he left behind. He chose speed over symbolism, life over dignity. Alexander captured the abandoned royal chariot, but not the man who had ridden in it. Then, another messenger arrived. Just as at Issus, Parmenion was in trouble. The Macedonian left wing had endured enormous pressure from Persian cavalry. Some enemy horsemen had even broken through toward Alexander's camp. The battle was not completely over. Alexander faced another painful decision: continue chasing Darius or save his own army. Again, he turned back. Again, he chose his soldiers over personal glory. That decision likely allowed Darius to escape. It also probably saved hundreds, perhaps thousands, of Macedonian lives. Leadership often demands sacrificing the victory you want for the victory you need. By evening, the battlefield belonged entirely to Alexander. The Persian army had ceased to exist as a unified force. Not every soldier had been killed, far from it. Many escaped. Many surrendered. Many simply threw away their weapons and walked home. But the imperial army, The great military machine that had defended Persia for generations had been shattered. Imagine walking across Gaugamela after sunset. Broken spears lie everywhere, abandoned chariots, dead horses, discarded armor. The silence feels almost unnatural after the violence of the day. Some soldiers search for wounded friends. Others simply sit upon the ground, too exhausted to celebrate. History remembers victories. The men who survive them often remember only exhaustion. Alexander stood beside Darius' abandoned chariot. Think about everything that had happened in just 4 years. 4 years earlier, he had crossed into Asia with perhaps 40,000 men. Many believed the expedition would fail. Many expected him to die. Now, the greatest empire on earth no longer possessed an army capable of stopping him. The impossible had become reality. Yet one question remained unanswered. Had Alexander actually won the Persian Empire? Or had he merely won another battle? The answer depended upon what happened next. Because empires are not conquered when armies lose. They are conquered when capitals fall. The road now lay open to Babylon, to Susa, to Persepolis, the beating heart of the Achaemenid Empire. Cities whose names had inspired awe across the ancient world. Cities overflowing with wealth beyond imagination. Cities Alexander had heard about since childhood. No foreign army had ever reached them like this, not as conquerors. The news reached Babylon long before Alexander did. Messengers arrived breathless. The great king has been defeated, again. The royal army is destroyed, again. Alexander is coming. This time, no one laughed. Something remarkable began happening throughout the empire. Governors started making impossible calculations. Should they continue fighting for a king who kept retreating? Or should they surrender to the man who had never lost? Every city faced the same question. Every noble family, every satrap, every soldier. Victory has a strange power. It changes not only the battlefield, but the imagination. People begin believing the future belongs to someone else. And once enough people believe that, history changes almost by itself. Alexander marched south, not as a raider, not as an invader, but increasingly as the new ruler of Asia. His soldiers noticed subtle changes. Persian nobles now approached him with gifts instead of weapons. Officials bowed before him. Former enemies requested positions in his administration. The empire itself seemed to be changing sides. Without another battle, far ahead stood Babylon, the greatest city Alexander had ever seen. A city of towering walls, ancient temples, magnificent palaces, the legendary Hanging Gardens, if they existed there at all, as historians still debate their true location. For generations, Babylon had symbolized the wealth and power of the East. Alexander had spent his life hearing stories about it. Soon, he would ride through its gates, not as a visitor, not as a diplomat, but as the conqueror of the Persian Empire, or so the world believed. Because somewhere beyond the mountains, one man still refused to surrender. Darius III was still alive, and as long as the King of Kings still breathed, the story of Persia was not yet over. Alexander had defeated Persia's army. Now, Persia itself opened its gates. When Alexander marched away from Gaugamela, he did not know exactly what waited ahead. Would Babylon resist? Would its walls force another siege? Would Persian loyalists fight to the last? No one could answer those questions. But every mile east, one thing became increasingly clear. The empire was changing. Not because Alexander demanded it, because belief had shifted. For nearly 200 years, the Achaemenid Empire had seemed permanent. Children were born beneath Persian rule. They grew old beneath Persian rule. Entire generations had never imagined another master. Then, one young king from Macedonia shattered that certainty. Not in a single battle, but battle after battle. The Granicus, Issus, Gaugamela. Victory had become a pattern. Patterns are powerful. People begin trusting them. Imagine being the governor of Babylon. News arrives. The royal army has been destroyed. Again. The great king has fled. Again. Alexander continues marching. Your walls are magnificent. Your soldiers are loyal. But you ask yourself one question. If Darius could not stop him, how can I? The governor made his choice. Babylon would not fight. Imagine Alexander approaching the city. Long before he reaches the gates, he sees them. Walls unlike anything Greece possessed. Ancient Babylon stretched across the plain like another world. Its walls rose so high that ancient travelers described them with awe, though many ancient measurements were undoubtedly exaggerated. Massive gates decorated with brilliant glazed bricks, broad processional roads, towering temples, canals carrying water through the city. Everything announced wealth, power, civilization. This was no frontier fortress. This was one of humanity's greatest cities. Then, something extraordinary happened. The gates opened. Not after a siege, not after bombardment. Immediately. Priests emerged first, then nobles, then city officials. Ancient writers describe them carrying gifts, flowers, sacred objects, even livestock for sacrifice. Alexander entered Babylon, not as a destroyer, but almost as a welcomed ruler. Imagine the reaction of the Macedonian soldiers. Many had never seen a city remotely comparable. Broad avenues stretched farther than they could easily see. Temples climbed toward the sky. Markets overflowed with goods from every corner of Asia. Spices, ivory, fine textiles, gold, silver, jewelry, exotic animals. Languages they had never heard before echoed through crowded streets. For young men raised in small Macedonian villages, Babylon must have felt almost unreal. Alexander understood something important. Conquering Babylon was not enough. He needed to govern it. Unlike many conquerors before him, he did not destroy the city's religious traditions. He offered sacrifices according to local customs. He honored Babylonian priests. He ordered repairs to temples that had suffered under earlier conflicts. This was not weakness. It was strategy. Alexander increasingly ruled by addition, not replacement. He wanted people to see continuity, not chaos. This policy surprised many Macedonians. They had expected Persian customs to disappear. Instead, Alexander preserved many of them. He kept experienced local officials in office. He relied upon Persian administrators who already understood how the empire functioned. An empire this vast could not simply be rebuilt from nothing. Alexander knew he needed those who had governed it before. It was another lesson he had learned from Philip. Winning a kingdom and ruling one required different skills, yet not everyone approved. Some Macedonian officers quietly wondered whether their king was changing too quickly, too deeply. They had followed Alexander to conquer Persia, not, they believed, to become Persian. The tension was still small, barely noticeable, but it had begun. It would only grow larger with time. Alexander did not remain long. Another prize awaited, farther east, the treasury of Susa. Susa had served as one of the great capitals of the Persian kings. For generations, tribute from across the empire had flowed there. Gold from distant provinces, silver from conquered peoples, precious stones, luxury goods. Everything eventually reached Susa. When Alexander entered the city, he encountered wealth beyond imagination. Ancient historians describe enormous quantities of precious metals stored inside its royal treasury. Modern historians caution that ancient figures are often exaggerated. But no one doubts the essential truth. The wealth was staggering. Imagine walking into halls filled with treasure accumulated over centuries. Gold stacked in bars, silver by the ton, decorated furniture, royal garments, jewels, works of art. It represented generations of taxation, generations of conquest, generations of imperial power. Suddenly, Alexander possessed resources no Greek king had ever controlled. The financial limits that had once constrained his father vanished. But Alexander saw something else inside those palaces: Persian craftsmanship, Persian architecture, Persian administration. The empire had not survived 2 centuries by accident. It had accomplished extraordinary things. Roads connected continents. Postal systems carried messages with astonishing speed. Engineers managed water across deserts. Officials governed peoples speaking dozens of languages. Alexander admired excellence, even when it belonged to his enemies. Increasingly, he wanted to inherit the Persian Empire, not erase it. Then came the city Alexander had dreamed about since childhood, Persepolis. To the Greeks, no name carried greater symbolism. This was the ceremonial heart of the Achaemenid kings, the place where emperors received tribute from across the known world. Delegations from Egypt, India, Babylonia, Bactria, Lydia. Every nation approached the Persian throne here. If Babylon represented administration, Persepolis represented majesty. Imagine climbing the great stone terrace leading into the city. Massive staircases carved with astonishing precision. Walls covered in reliefs showing peoples from across the empire bringing gifts. Camels, horses, gold, textiles, ivory. Every carving proclaimed the same message: the world comes to Persia. For generations, that message had been true. Now, a Macedonian king climbed those same stairs. History had turned upside down. Alexander entered the palace built by Darius Pasent and expanded by Xerxes. The halls seemed endless. Columns soared high above. Stone bulls guarded entrances. The craftsmanship amazed even hardened soldiers. This was no barbarian kingdom. It was one of the greatest civilizations of the ancient world. Alexander knew it. Then, something happened that historians still debate more than 2,000 years later. One night, fire consumed Persepolis. Ancient sources disagree about why. Some describe a great banquet, wine flowing freely, music echoing through the palace. According to several ancient writers, a Greek woman named Thais reportedly urged Alexander to burn the palace in revenge for Xerxes' destruction of Athens generations earlier. Inspired by drink, Alexander supposedly seized a torch himself. Together, the guests set the palace ablaze. It is one of history's most dramatic stories. It is also one historians treat with caution. Other ancient sources suggest the burning may have been deliberate political theater, a calculated message to Greece that the old Persian wars had finally been avenged. Some scholars believe Alexander regretted the destruction almost immediately. Others argue it was intentional from the beginning. The truth remains uncertain. What is certain is that Persepolis burned. Flames climbed through cedar roofs. Smoke poured into the night sky. Masterpieces of ancient architecture disappeared forever. Even today, blackened stone still bears witness to that fire. Imagine Alexander watching the flames. What did he feel? Triumph? Regret? Both? Perhaps he believed he was closing one chapter of history, destroying the symbolic heart of the empire he had conquered. Yet the irony is impossible to ignore. The man who increasingly admired Persian civilization had destroyed one of its greatest monuments. History is rarely simple. Neither was Alexander. By the spring of 330 BC, the Persian Empire had effectively collapsed. Babylon belonged to him. Susa belonged to him. Persepolis belonged to him. The royal treasuries belonged to him. The roads, the palaces, the capitals, everything. Everything. Except one thing: the king. Far to the northeast, Darius III continued fleeing. Not because he still commanded a great empire. That empire was gone. He fled because a handful of loyal followers still believed Persia could rise again. Alexander knew something important. As long as Darius lived, someone could always claim that the true King of Kings still waited. The war, therefore, was not over. It had simply become something different. No longer a campaign against an empire. Now, it had become a hunt. A hunt that would end with betrayal, on a lonely road, where the last great king of Persia would meet his fate, and where Alexander, at the height of victory, would discover that conquering the world could not protect him from the darkness beginning to grow within his own empire. Alexander had spent 4 years chasing a king. When he finally found him, someone else had already ended the story. By the summer of 330 BC, Alexander possessed almost everything he had dreamed of as a boy. Babylon, Susa, Persepolis, the royal treasuries, the roads of Asia, the palaces of Persia. To the outside world, the war seemed finished. The Persian Empire had fallen. The conqueror had won. Yet Alexander refused to celebrate, because one man still lived: Darius III. To modern eyes, it may seem unnecessary. Why chase a king who had already lost everything? Because in the ancient world, a crown did not disappear simply because an army had been defeated. As long as Darius remained alive, he remained, in the eyes of many Persians, the lawful king of kings. A loyal governor could still rally behind him. A province could still proclaim his authority. Another army could still be raised. Alexander understood legitimacy. His father had taught him that. Victory on the battlefield meant little if people still believed someone else possessed the right to rule. So once again, the Macedonian army marched east, farther than many of the soldiers had ever imagined, farther than Philip had ever planned, farther from home than any Greek army in history. The lush plains of Mesopotamia slowly disappeared behind them. Ahead lay a harsher world: towering mountains, dry plateaus, vast, empty distances. The Persian heartland was conquered. Now Alexander entered the empire's distant frontier. Meanwhile, Darius was running out of options. He had escaped Issus. He had escaped Gaugamela. But each escape had cost him something. First, his army. Then, his capitals. Then, his treasury. Now, he was losing the loyalty of his own nobles. Imagine being one of the Persian commanders still riding beside him. You have watched 3 royal capitals fall. The empire is gone. The treasury is gone. The royal family is prisoners. Every road behind you belongs to Alexander. How long do you continue believing victory remains possible? Some remained loyal. Others began asking dangerous questions. One man in particular had begun thinking about the future. His name was Bessus. He was satrap of Bactria, a powerful noble, a distant relative of the royal family. He still commanded troops from the eastern provinces, and increasingly, he believed Persia needed a new king. History has always struggled to understand Bessus. Was he a traitor or a realist? Perhaps both. If Darius could no longer defend the empire, should someone else try? To Bessus, perhaps the answer seemed obvious. To Alexander, there could be only one answer: loyalty. As Alexander closed the distance, panic spread through Darius' remaining camp. Some advisors urged surrender. Others demanded one final battle. Still others insisted they flee deeper into Central Asia. No one agreed anymore. The empire that had once stretched across continents could barely agree which road to take. Then, everything collapsed. Bessus and several other Persian nobles arrested Darius, their own king. They placed him under guard, not as a prisoner of Alexander, but as a prisoner of his own commanders. Their plan appears to have been simple. If Alexander approached, they would either negotiate or proclaim Bessus the new ruler. Perhaps they believed they could continue resistance from the eastern provinces. Perhaps they simply wanted to save themselves. History cannot know every motive. But betrayal had entered the Persian camp. Alexander knew none of this. He simply continued riding east. Faster, harder, day after day. Ancient historians describe exhausting forced marches through intense summer heat. His cavalry often pushed far ahead of the infantry. Alexander wanted one thing: to capture Darius alive. Imagine those final days. Dust hangs constantly in the air. The horses are exhausted. Water grows scarce. Every messenger reports the same thing. They're just ahead. Only another day's ride. Only another few miles. For years, Alexander had pursued one man across an entire empire. Now, he was finally close enough to catch him. Then, Bessus made his decision. According to the ancient sources, as Alexander's advance guard approached, the conspirators realized escape had become impossible. Rather than allowing Darius to fall alive into Macedonian hands, they attacked him. The exact details differ among ancient accounts, but all agree on the outcome. The last great king of Persia was left mortally wounded beside the road. The conspirators fled east, leaving their king behind. Not long afterward, Alexander's scouts found him. Imagine the scene. No palace, no throne, no royal banners, only a dusty roadside beneath the summer sun. The ruler of the greatest empire on earth, lying abandoned, almost alone. History has a cruel sense of irony. The man who had once commanded millions now waited for death without even his closest followers beside him. Ancient historians preserve moving but slightly different versions of what happened next. Some claim a Macedonian soldier offered Darius water. Others suggest Alexander arrived only moments after the Persian king died. Still others report that Darius lived just long enough to express gratitude that Alexander had treated his captured family with kindness. The precise words, if any were spoken, have been lost. But the broader picture remains remarkably consistent. Alexander did not celebrate. He mourned. Think about that. For 4 years, Darius had been his enemy, the man standing between him and everything he wanted. Yet when Alexander finally found him, he did not mock him. He covered Darius' body with his own royal cloak. He ordered that the Persian king receive a funeral worthy of his rank. He sent the body back to Persepolis for burial among his ancestors. The conqueror honored the conquered. Why? Partly because Alexander genuinely admired courage and kingship. Partly because he increasingly saw himself not as Persia's destroyer, but as Persia's rightful successor. If he wished to become the new king of kings, then he had to respect the old one. A ruler who dishonored Darius might never earn the loyalty of Persian nobles. Compassion and politics often walked side by side. But there was something else. Perhaps, for the first time, Alexander understood the true cost of power. Imagine looking down at the body of a man who had once ruled the largest empire in the world. His army's gone, his wealth gone, his palace burned, his closest nobles turned against him. Everything stripped away. If this could happen to Darius, could it someday happen to Alexander? The question lingered, even if he never spoke it aloud. The death of Darius marked the end of an era. The Achaemenid Empire, founded more than 2 centuries earlier by Cyrus the Great, had officially come to an end. Alexander was now, in practical terms, ruler of the largest empire the world had yet seen. But victory did not bring peace. Instead, it created a new problem. Because the war Alexander had promised his men was over, yet Alexander himself was not finished. When the news spread through the Macedonian camp, many soldiers believed they would finally go home. They had defeated Persia, captured its capitals, killed, or rather outlived, the great king. Surely, the expedition had achieved everything it had set out to accomplish. Alexander shocked them. He announced they would continue east, beyond Persia, beyond the lands they knew, toward places even many Persians considered distant frontiers. Some officers stared at him in disbelief. Why? The original mission was complete. The revenge for the Persian invasions had been won. The empire belonged to Alexander. What remained? Alexander's answer was simple: everything. Because somewhere beyond the mountains lay lands no Greek king had ever ruled. New enemies, new horizons, new legends waiting to be written. For Alexander, conquering Persia had never been the destination. It had only been the beginning. And from this moment onward, the greatest battles of his life would no longer be against foreign kings. They would be against exhaustion, ambition, and the growing belief that no human limits applied to him. Alexander had defeated every enemy before him. Now, the only man capable of stopping Alexander was Alexander himself. The death of Darius should have ended the expedition. That was what almost everyone believed. The Macedonian soldiers believed it, the Greek allies believed it, even many Persian nobles believed it. The great war between Greece and Persia, the war Philip had planned, the war Alexander had inherited, was over. There was no Persian empire left to conquer, no great king left to defeat, no army capable of matching Macedonia. The mission was complete. But Alexander did something no one expected. He kept marching. East. Always east. Imagine hearing that order. You have been away from home for nearly 5 years. You have crossed seas, climbed mountains, survived deserts, fought battles that should have killed you. Your closest friends now lie buried hundreds, sometimes thousands, of miles from home. You finally believe the journey is over. Then your king says, "We continue." Some soldiers must have wondered if they had misheard him. Why? Why continue? It remains one of the greatest questions in Alexander's life. Some historians believe he wanted to secure the eastern provinces before anyone else could claim them. Others argue he sought the limits of the known world. Some believe he genuinely intended to unite all of Asia beneath one empire. Others think ambition itself had become impossible to satisfy. Perhaps there is truth in every explanation. Alexander had spent his entire life chasing the next horizon. Now, he could no longer imagine stopping. There was another reason, a deeply practical one. The eastern satrapies, Bactria, Sogdiana, Arachosia, still possessed powerful armies, still held wealthy cities, still contained nobles who rejected Macedonian rule. Most importantly, they now recognized Bessus, the man who had betrayed Darius. After murdering his king, Bessus proclaimed himself the new ruler of Persia. He even adopted the royal name Artaxerxes V. To Alexander, this was more than rebellion. It was an insult. The murderer of Darius now claimed Darius' throne. Alexander would not allow it. Something subtle had changed. Listen carefully to the language. Only a few years earlier, Alexander had marched into Asia claiming to avenge Greece. Now, he marched east seeking justice for a Persian king. The transformation was remarkable. Alexander no longer thought like an invader. He increasingly thought like the rightful successor of Cyrus, Darius, and Xerxes. Persia was becoming his empire. His appearance slowly changed as well. At first, the differences were almost invisible. A Persian sash, a different robe during ceremonies. royal customs borrowed from the defeated empire. Nothing dramatic, nothing permanent. Yet each change carried enormous meaning. Imagine being an old Macedonian veteran. You fought beside Philip. You watched Alexander grow from a reckless prince into the greatest commander alive. Now, you see him wearing Persian royal clothing, accepting Persian nobles into his court, honoring Persian traditions. You begin asking yourself a dangerous question. Is he still our king? Or is he becoming theirs? Alexander probably saw no contradiction. He ruled Greeks, Macedonians, Egyptians, Babylonians, Persians, Phoenicians, and many more. How could one king govern so many peoples without respecting their traditions? To Alexander, adopting parts of Persian kingship was practical, perhaps even necessary. To many Macedonians, it felt like betrayal. The first cracks inside Alexander's own army had appeared. The march east grew harder, much harder. The fertile plains of Mesopotamia disappeared. The roads deteriorated. The climate became harsher. Towering mountain ranges blocked every route. Dry winds carried dust across endless valleys. The farther they traveled, the farther the soldiers felt from everything familiar. Some had now marched farther than any European army in recorded history. The maps ended. The stories became uncertain. Every new horizon revealed another. Alexander loved it. His soldiers, not always. Imagine riding beside him. While many men complained about the distance, Alexander questioned local guides. What lies beyond those mountains? What river is that? Who rules there? How far to the next kingdom? His curiosity never seemed to tire, even after years of war, even after thousands of miles. He still looked toward the horizon with the excitement of a boy opening a new book. Yet this new campaign proved very different. Persia had relied on enormous armies. The eastern provinces relied on something else entirely. They refused open battle. Instead, they disappeared. Bessus understood he could never defeat Alexander in another Gaugamela, so he avoided one. His forces scattered. They retreated into mountains, crossed rivers, destroyed supplies behind them. Every village became uncertain, every road dangerous. Alexander found himself fighting an enemy who refused to stand still. For perhaps the first time in his career, speed alone could not solve the problem. He captured cities. The rebels vanished. He crossed rivers. They crossed different ones. He won battles. The resistance simply appeared somewhere else. The campaign transformed into something resembling modern guerrilla warfare. It exhausted everyone. Then, Alexander crossed one of the greatest natural frontiers of the ancient world, the Oxus River. Today, we know it as the Amu Darya. Wide, fast, cold. Crossing it with an entire army was a monumental challenge. Ancient sources describe soldiers inflating animal skins, lashing rafts together, and improvising floating platforms to ferry men, horses, and equipment across. It took days, perhaps longer. Every crossing reminded the army how impossibly far from home they had come. Beyond the Oxus, Bessus finally ran out of allies. His own followers realized the war was hopeless. Just as Darius had once been betrayed, now Bessus suffered the same fate. History has a cruel habit of repeating itself. His companions seized him, bound him, delivered him to Alexander. Imagine the meeting. The man responsible for Darius' death, standing before the conqueror who had sworn to avenge him. Years earlier, Alexander might have seen Bessus merely as another enemy. Now, he saw something different. A traitor to the Persian crown. To Alexander, that crime demanded punishment. Ancient sources describe Bessus suffering severe penalties before his execution, though the exact details vary. What matters is why. Alexander did not execute him simply for resisting Macedonia. He punished him for betraying Persia. Think about how extraordinary that is. The Macedonian king now acted as guardian of Persian royal justice. His transformation was nearly complete. Yet, victory brought no peace, because another man soon emerged, far more dangerous than Bessus. Not because he commanded larger armies, but because he understood something Alexander did not. You could never conquer these mountains with battles alone. His name was Spitamenes, and for the next 3 years, he would become the ghost Alexander could never quite catch. The greatest military genius of the ancient world was about to discover that some enemies cannot be defeated simply by winning battles. Alexander had conquered the greatest empire on earth, but now he faced an enemy who refused to give him what he wanted most: a battle. When Bessus was finally captured, many Macedonians believed the war had ended. Again. How many times had they thought that now? After Issus, after Gaugamela, after the death of Darius, after the capture of Persepolis. Surely, this time, there could be no one left to fight. Alexander himself probably hoped the same. He was wrong. Beyond the Oxus River, the world changed. The broad royal roads of Persia disappeared. The magnificent capitals vanished. There were no great palaces, no immense treasuries, no wealthy satraps waiting behind stone walls. Instead, there were mountains, endless mountains, narrow valleys, frozen rivers, open grasslands stretching farther than the eye could follow. This was Sogdiana, modern parts of Uzbekistan and Tajikistan, one of the most difficult regions Alexander would ever enter. Imagine riding there. One day, you climb snow-covered passes so high the air itself becomes thin. A few days later, you descend into scorching valleys where dust burns your throat. Villages cling to cliffs. Fortresses crown impossible peaks. Every road twists through canyons where a handful of defenders can delay an entire army. This land did not welcome conquerors. It swallowed them. And somewhere inside those mountains waited a man named Spitamenes. Unlike Darius, Spitamenes had no magnificent throne, no golden chariot, no army gathered from every nation. He possessed something far more dangerous: patience. Modern military historians often describe him as one of the finest guerrilla commanders of the ancient world. He understood something Alexander's previous enemies never had. You do not defeat an unstoppable army by standing in front of it. You defeat it by making it chase shadows. Spitamenes never gave Alexander the battle he wanted. When Macedonian scouts approached, he disappeared. When Alexander marched north, Spitamenes attacked the south. When cities surrendered, he struck isolated garrisons. When Alexander concentrated his forces, Spitamenes simply vanished into the steppe. Imagine trying to catch the wind. That was the campaign. For the first time in years, Alexander found himself reacting. Not deciding, reacting. His army marched hundreds of miles, only to discover the enemy had already gone. Villages that appeared peaceful by day became hostile after sunset. Messengers disappeared, supply wagons burned, small detachments vanished without warning. Victory, which had once seemed almost inevitable, became frustratingly slow. The greatest commander of his age had entered a war where brilliant battles mattered very little. One disaster shocked the Macedonians. Alexander dispatched a force under experienced officers to intercept Spitamenes. Confident, disciplined, veterans of countless victories, they pursued the rebels deep into unfamiliar country. It was exactly what Spitamenes wanted. Near the Polytamitis River, the Macedonian force was surrounded. Ancient sources describe one of the worst defeats Alexander's army suffered during the entire campaign. Thousands were killed, many drowned trying to escape. Very few returned. The exact numbers remain uncertain. The message was unmistakable. Alexander's army could bleed. When news reached Alexander, those close to him noticed something changing. Until now, his victories had come quickly, brilliantly. Now, they came slowly, painfully. Every success demanded another march, another siege, another winter, another rebellion. The war had become exhausting, not only physically, emotionally. Imagine being one of the soldiers. You left Macedon believing you were marching against Persia. Now, you are fighting people whose names you can barely pronounce, in mountains no one back home has ever heard of. Some veterans had sons they had never met. Others had not seen their parents in nearly a decade. Letters rarely arrived. Home felt less like a place and more like a memory. Alexander sensed morale slipping. He responded the only way he knew, by moving faster, harder, farther. He divided his army into smaller mobile columns. He personally led rapid marches across impossible terrain, sometimes covering astonishing distances in only a few days. He believed speed could solve every problem. Often, it did. This time, it wasn't enough. The campaign slowly grew harsher. Ancient sources record entire settlements being destroyed after rebellions, prisoners executed, communities relocated. Alexander, who had once spared cities that surrendered, became increasingly ruthless toward repeated resistance. Modern historians debate exactly how widespread this brutality became. The sources differ, but they agree on one point. The wars in Central Asia hardened Alexander, perhaps harder than any campaign before. And yet, even here, his curiosity never disappeared. Whenever the fighting paused, he questioned local guides about distant tribes, unknown rivers, the great mountains beyond the horizon. He collected information almost obsessively. His dream had expanded. He no longer sought merely to rule Persia. He wanted to understand the edges of the world itself. Months became years. Rebellions flared, were crushed, then returned. Victory no longer arrived in dramatic afternoons like Gaugamela. It came one valley at a time, one fortress at a time, one exhausting march after another. The soldiers began whispering something they had never dared say before. Maybe there was no end. Then the rebellion began to collapse. Not because Alexander finally cornered Spitamines. History took another unexpected turn. Spitamine's own allies, nomadic chiefs who had once supported him, began doubting the future. Alexander seemed unstoppable. The rebellion seemed endless. Eventually, they made a choice as old as politics itself. They abandoned the losing side. Ancient historians record that Spitamines was killed by former allies, who sent his severed head to Alexander as proof of their submission. It was a brutal ending, one Alexander had not personally sought. His greatest opponent in Central Asia did not fall in battle. He fell to betrayal. Just like Darius, the resistance finally began to weaken. Not disappear, but weaken. Alexander had won again. Yet this victory felt different. There were no cheering crowds, no great capital to enter, no empire collapsing overnight. Only silence and tired men, very tired men. Then, while inspecting another seemingly unconquerable mountain fortress, Alexander heard something that made him smile. The defenders laughed from the cliffs above. They shouted that Macedonians would need wings to capture their fortress. Alexander looked up at the impossible walls, then turned to his officers. "Find me men with wings." He wasn't speaking literally. He was looking for climbers, men willing to risk certain death, because the next fortress would introduce Alexander to someone who would quietly change the rest of his life. a young Sogdian noblewoman. Her name was Roxana, and in the middle of a land exhausted by war, Alexander was about to make the most unexpected decision of his entire campaign. Alexander had conquered kingdoms with his sword. Now, he would make one of the few decisions of his life that no army could win for him. By 327 BC, the fires of rebellion were finally beginning to fade. 3 exhausting years had passed since the death of Darius. 3 years of mountains, snow, ambushes, endless marches. 3 years unlike anything Alexander had experienced before. He had won. But victory had changed him. His face was older. His closest companions noticed it. So did his army. The cheerful confidence of the young king who crossed the Hellespont had slowly become something heavier, more determined, more isolated. Yet one last symbol of resistance remained, a fortress unlike any Alexander had ever faced. The locals called it the Sogdian Rock. Its exact location remains debated today, but the ancient descriptions are astonishing. A massive mountain fortress perched high upon nearly vertical cliffs, natural walls of solid stone, only a few narrow approaches, supplies stored for months, water from mountain springs. The defenders believed no army could ever reach them. They may have been right. Imagine standing at the base of that mountain. The cliffs rise almost straight into the sky. Loose rocks slide beneath your feet. Above, tiny figures watch from the edge. Every path is exposed. Every approach can be seen. Even if an army somehow reaches the summit, they must still fight exhausted. The fortress appears less like a human construction and more like part of the mountain itself. Alexander demanded surrender. The answer came back with laughter. According to the ancient historian Arrian, the defenders mocked him. They said Macedonians would need wings before they could capture the fortress. The message spread quickly through the camp. Some soldiers laughed. Others stared upward in silence. Perhaps, for once, the defenders were right. Alexander smiled. Then he asked a question. Who among you can climb? Not soldiers, climbers. Men accustomed to scaling cliffs in Macedonia. Hunters, mountaineers, those willing to gamble everything. Ancient sources tell us about 300 volunteers stepping forward. Alexander promised immense rewards to the first men reaching the summit, not because he doubted their courage, because he understood human nature. Sometimes, hope climbs faster than fear. That night, while the defenders slept, the volunteers began ascending the cliffs. Imagine climbing in complete darkness, your fingers searching for tiny cracks in frozen stone, your sandals slipping, the wind pulling at your clothing. Below, nothing but darkness. One mistake, and the mountain claims another life. Ancient accounts say around 30 climbers fell to their deaths. The others kept climbing. They did not stop. They could not. By sunrise, the impossible had happened. The climbers stood above the fortress. Alexander ordered them to wave cloths toward the camp below. The defenders looked up. What they believed impossible was standing over their heads. The mountain itself had betrayed them. Panic spread almost instantly. Without a battle, the fortress surrendered. Alexander had conquered another unconquerable place. Not through overwhelming force, but through imagination. Among those taken captive was a young noblewoman. Her name was Roxana, or Roshanak in the Iranian tradition, meaning little star. Ancient historians tell us she was the daughter of the Bactrian noble Oxyartes. Nearly every ancient source comments on her beauty. Some later writers even described her as the most beautiful woman Alexander encountered in Asia. Beauty, however, was only part of the story. She came from one of the most influential families in the region. Her marriage could accomplish something no battle ever had: peace. Here, history becomes quieter. Unlike the great battles, The ancient sources tell us very little about Alexander's personal feelings. Some writers believed he genuinely fell in love. Others argued the marriage was primarily political. Modern historians remain cautious. The evidence simply does not allow certainty. Perhaps both explanations are true. History often refuses to separate emotion from strategy. What we do know is extraordinary enough. Alexander decided to marry Roxana. Imagine the reaction inside the Macedonian camp. Not a Greek princess, not a Macedonian noblewoman, not the daughter of an allied king from Europe. A woman from the distant mountains of Central Asia. Many soldiers had never even heard of her homeland before arriving there. To them, this marriage felt astonishing, perhaps even unsettling. The wedding itself reflected both cultures. Ancient sources describe Alexander following local customs, including sharing bread with Roxana as part of the ceremony. It was a small gesture, yet symbolic. Alexander did not ask Roxana to become Macedonian. Instead, he met her halfway. Increasingly, this was becoming his vision for the empire, not East replacing West, not West replacing East. Something entirely new. Alexander's dream had evolved. As a young king, he wanted to defeat Persia. Now, he wanted Greeks and Persians to rule together. He promoted Persian nobles, retained experienced administrators, adopted certain royal customs, married a noblewoman from the East. In his mind, these were not separate peoples anymore. They were becoming one empire, one future. It was an extraordinary idea, centuries ahead of its time. It was also deeply unpopular. Many Macedonian officers believed they had earned their positions through years of blood and sacrifice. Now they watched former enemies receiving honors beside them. Persian nobles entered the royal court. Eastern customs appeared during ceremonies. Some companions remained loyal. Others grew uncomfortable. A few became angry. Alexander noticed the whispers. He hoped time would quiet them. Instead, they grew louder. There was another problem. Alexander himself was changing. Not only politically, personally. Success had followed him for almost a decade. Every impossible challenge had ended in victory. Every prophecy seemed fulfilled. Every horizon conquered. How does a man remain humble when the world constantly tells him he cannot fail? It is one of history's oldest questions. Alexander was beginning to answer it. Not with words, with choices. His court became more magnificent, his ceremonies more elaborate. Persian nobles bowed according to their traditions. Some Macedonians reluctantly copied them, others refused outright. To Persians, these rituals honored the king. To Macedonians, they felt dangerously close to worship. The cultural divide widened. Alexander believed he was building unity. Many of his oldest companions believed he was forgetting who he was. Neither side fully understood the other. Yet no disagreement had exploded into open conflict. Not yet. The friendships forged beside Philip still held. The men who had followed Alexander since boyhood still stood beside him. Parmenion, Philotas, Clytus, Hephaestion, Craterus, Ptolemy. The names that had marched with him from Europe to the edge of Asia. Alexander trusted them, or at least he believed he did. Because far beneath the surface, another enemy had quietly entered his empire. Not Persia, not rebellion, not distant kings. Suspicion. And once suspicion enters the mind of a ruler, it rarely leaves. Soon, one accusation would shatter friendships built over decades. A son would be executed, a father murdered without warning, and Alexander would cross a line from which there could be no return. Alexander had survived arrows, spears, assassins, but the next danger would come from the men who had marched beside him for almost 20 years. Empires are rarely destroyed from the outside. More often, they begin breaking apart from within. By 330 and 329 BC, Alexander ruled more territory than any Greek king before him. His enemies were weaker, his victories greater, his wealth unimaginable. Yet something invisible had begun spreading through his court. Fear. Not fear of Persia, fear of one another. The atmosphere inside the royal camp had changed. Once, Alexander's companions spoke to him almost as equals. They had hunted together, trained together, shared campfires. Many had known him since he was a teenager. Some had watched him grow up. They admired him. They loved him. Sometimes, they even argued with him. Philip's court had always been loud, competitive, filled with proud nobles who were unafraid to challenge each other. Alexander himself had grown up inside that world. Now, that world was disappearing. Imagine entering the royal tent. Years earlier, the mood had been relaxed. Generals debated strategy openly. Old friends laughed together after campaigns. Now, voices lowered whenever Alexander entered. Conversations stopped. Men watched their words. No one wanted to be misunderstood. No one wanted a careless sentence remembered later. The king himself had changed, and everyone knew it. There were reasons for his caution. Alexander had survived multiple assassination plots. Real ones, not imagined. He knew ambitious nobles existed. He knew defeated Persians still hoped for revenge. He knew ruling an empire this vast, invited conspiracy. A careless king rarely lived long. But there is a difference between caution and suspicion. The line separating them is often invisible. Then, a rumor reached Alexander. Ancient sources differ on the exact sequence of events, but the broad outline is remarkably consistent. A conspiracy had supposedly formed. Its center, according to the accusations, was a young Macedonian noble named Dimnus. Whether the plot was serious, poorly organized, or exaggerated after the fact, historians still debate. What mattered was this: the accusation eventually reached the king, and once it did, events moved with terrifying speed. The investigation soon expanded. More names appeared. Questions multiplied. Who knew? Who remained silent? Who should have warned the king sooner? One answer troubled Alexander more than any other. A senior commander named Philotas had reportedly learned about the alleged plot, but failed to report it immediately. Philotas was no ordinary officer. He commanded the companion cavalry, the elite force that had charged beside Alexander at the Granicus, at Issus, at Gaugamela. Again and again, he had helped win the greatest battles in history. More importantly, he was the son of Parmenion. There may have been no Macedonian more respected than Parmenion. Before Alexander was born, Parmenion had already become Philip II's greatest general. He fought beside Philip while Alexander was still a child. He helped secure Macedonia's rise. He helped plan the invasion of Asia. When Alexander inherited the throne, Parmenion remained loyal. He commanded the left wing at the Granicus, at Issus, at Gaugamela. Whenever Alexander delivered his brilliant cavalry charges, Parmenion held the rest of the battlefield together. The old general had earned the trust of two kings. Very few men in history can say the same. Now, his son stood accused of treason. Imagine Alexander hearing the accusations. What should he believe? Philotas had served faithfully for years. Yet, if a conspiracy truly existed, could someone so powerful remain innocent? The evidence was uncertain. The consequences, enormous. Alexander ordered Philotas arrested. Ancient historians describe a tense interrogation. Philotas denied plotting against the king. He admitted, according to some accounts, that he had not reported the rumor immediately because he dismissed it as foolish gossip. Was that careless? Perhaps. Was it treason? That question remains far more difficult. The surviving sources were written long after the events and often reflected the political realities of Alexander's successors. Modern historians cannot say with certainty how strong the evidence really was. But Alexander had reached his decision. Philotas would stand trial before the Macedonian army. The trial revealed something deeper than one accusation. Old resentments surfaced. Some officers had long viewed Philotas as proud, arrogant, too conscious of his own importance. Others defended his years of loyal service. The camp divided, not openly, but unmistakably. Then came the sentence: death. Ancient sources report that Philotas was executed after the trial, with torture mentioned in several accounts before his final condemnation. Exactly what happened inside those final hours remains uncertain. What is certain is that one of Alexander's oldest companions was gone. For many kings, the story would have ended there. For Alexander, it had only begun. Far away, hundreds of miles to the west, Parmenion still commanded an enormous army and guarded one of the empire's greatest treasuries at Ecbatana. He knew nothing. No messenger had yet reached him. He had no idea his son was dead. No idea suspicion had entered his own household. Alexander faced a terrible calculation. If Parmenion learned of Philotas' execution before receiving official orders, what would happen? Would the old general rebel? Would he believe his son had been murdered unjustly? Would he use the army under his command to challenge the king? No one knew. Alexander chose not to risk finding out. Secret orders raced westward. Fast riders, fresh horses, no delays. The message had to arrive before the news. Imagine Parmenion going about an ordinary day, reviewing troops, inspecting supplies, perhaps thinking about future campaigns, perhaps wondering when the war would finally end. He had served Macedonia faithfully for decades. He had survived Philip. He had helped create Alexander's empire. Then, without warning, royal officers approached. Moments later, the old general was dead. No public trial, no chance to defend himself, no opportunity even to hear the accusations against his son. Only silence. Historians have debated Alexander's decision for centuries. Some argue it was a brutal necessity. Leaving Parmenion alive after Philotas' execution may indeed have risked civil war. Others believe Alexander acted from fear rather than justice. Perhaps both are true. History often forces leaders to choose between mercy and security. Those choices rarely leave anyone untouched. When news spread through the army, shock replaced celebration. Parmenion, the man who had served Philip, the hero of countless campaigns? If someone like him could fall, who was safe? For the first time, many officers understood something unsettling. The greatest danger inside Alexander's empire might no longer come from enemies. It might come from losing the king's trust. Alexander believed he had protected his throne. Perhaps he had. But trust, once broken, cannot be conquered again by force. And among the men who mourned quietly for Parmenion stood another old veteran. Another man who had once saved Alexander's life. A man who loved the king, yet increasingly feared the man he was becoming. His name was Clitus the Black. Before long, a single night of drinking would destroy one of the oldest friendships in Alexander's life, and Alexander himself would never truly recover